Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A Rock Springs high school teacher accidentally projected a personal nude photo during a special ed class lesson, shocking some students and upsetting parents. Cowboy State Daily's Zach Sontag reports that parents are criticizing what they say was a delayed response by school officials.
No one has any animosity toward the teacher. They understand mistakes happen. People have personal lives. They're just upset that it wasn't handled a little bit differently.
The incident began as a discussion on what kids did for winter break. When the teacher connected her cell phone to a laptop projector, that's when the nude image was displayed on the screen. The mother of a 22-year-old Cheyenne man who shot himself while handcuffed in the back of a police car is asking, how could it have happened? Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that mom, Danny Hall, has many unanswered questions.
When I interviewed Danny Hall, she was this combination of devastation and curiosity. And she was like, how do they miss a handgun but find a pocket knife? How long before this happened? Did he say anything right before he did it? And so even though she was absolutely devastated, she was just teeming with questions about what happened.
22-year-old Aiden Hall was being detained on suspicion of DUI when he allegedly shot himself in the back of a squad car. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you, download the Wyoming 511 app for hands-free information on your mobile device. This message is from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long-term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com. What if you didn't have to travel out of state for expert rheumatology care? Hoskinson's Health Rheumatology offers access to 2 world-class rheumatologists right here in Gillette. From early joint pain to complex autoimmune disease, patients receive advanced diagnostics, in-house infusion therapy, and coordinated care. Expert rheumatology, expertise close to home. Hoskinson Health Rheumatology. We are the future of healthcare now, and your doctor works here. Visit hoskinsonhealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. There's a dark underbelly in Yellowstone, and 2 retired rangers are telling all. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that Tara Ross and Nancy Martins are telling stories like the one called The Yellowstone River and the Hippie Cannibal, a story about a social worker from Montana.
These stories never get out of the behind the scenes. For example, when 2 rangers were responding to a bear mauling, they ran into a bison and they thought they gave it a wide enough berth. So they're trying to circumvent this bison on the trail, and the bison then sees them, takes run right toward them. And one of the rangers sprays it with bear spray, and it diverts within 5 to 10 feet of knocking them over and killing them. Sadly, they were too late. They would have been too late anyway because they were responding to screams at that point. But that's just an example of what these rangers are dealing with. And these women shared the stories not just from Yellowstone. They're sharing the stories from all over national parks.
Ross and Martins co-host the Crime Off the Grid podcast, which was started in 2023 when Ross retired. The giant flags over Camping World in Cheyenne are handmade and cost $130,000 each. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports that the basketball court-sized flags are handcrafted with a specific intention.
This was a decision made back in 2014. The first 4 flags were put out at 4 camping worlds across the country. Cheyenne's didn't come until 2021. They are just a support for veterans. Camping World is a huge supporter of veterans, and a lot of their customers are veterans. So every flag is handmade. Every flag costs $130,000. The general manager at the Cheyenne Camping World told me that one flag lasts up to about 2 months in good weather.
The massive flag at Cheyenne's Camping World location on the north side of Interstate 80 is engineered to withstand up to 100-mile-per-hour winds. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
The climate that we're operating under has everyone on the defensive.
You see a person and you automatically put them in a box and say, well, this is what this person should be like.
All of this ostracizing people, what are we afraid of?
We're called to love one another. It can't be, I reject you as a person.
This country's been through so much. Its people has been through so much. Why can't we fix this?
Do we have issues we have to deal with? Yes, we do. But we're not going to be able to deal with them if we're fighting and yelling at each other and not listening.
Yeah, she has an accent. Oh, gosh, she dressed funny. But we're talking the same thing. Mm-hmm. We're all concerned about our children, concerned about the world we live in.
A lot of people wouldn't even think we should be here talking to each other, but I'm sorry, I disagree.
Cowboy State Daily Show, Monday, January 26, 1/26/26. If you're writing any checks today, and who's still writing checks? I don't know. Stories we're following today. Stan Kroenke, the largest landowner in the nation. He owns half of Wyoming. Well, not half, but he owns a lot. After his purchase of the Pathfinder ranches, Jackson Company can put out a fire faster than your average sprinkler. Yellowstone scientists are monitoring a bulge along the volcano's north rim, the supervolcano. A bulge the size of Chicago. That cannot be good. They promise us that the next explosion isn't anytime soon, but what's the deal with the bulge? Rock Springs High School. That's Sweetwater County, right? And that school district just cannot stay out of the news headlines. We'll talk about that story. Special guest today, Sheriff Alex Bakken. If you see him jogging alongside the road, he's okay. He's just preparing for the big ultra marathon. He said the biggest problem with getting his body ready and the jogging and stuff is people keep stopping saying, "Hey, Sheriff, you need a ride? Did your truck break down?" He's like, "No, I'm intentionally running." Does not compute to people in Carbon County. What? Who would just run on purpose? I mean, that's something you only do when your truck's stuck in the snow. Tresha Cancino will be with us this morning, CEO of the Platte County Chamber of Commerce and Visitor Center. We're going to talk about the initiatives in Platte County for 2025, how things go, and what's planned for 2026. Platte County, one of those counties I always forget when I'm listing off the 23. I'm most likely to miss Platte County. 5 towns, 1 community. Platte County's the county that has Wheatland, county seat, great town. Chugwater, which is basically Swan Land and Cattle Company, turned into a town. Guernsey, name for a New Yorker, not the cow. And one-time immigrants wash tub. Boy, that's some kind of history to be able to hang your head on, right? Guernsey was at one time immigrants wash tub. It's where those traveling west in their covered wagons would stop and do laundry. Guernsey, Glendo, boating capital of the world, and Hartville, which is pretty small, but they got Eureka Canyon. Those are the 5 communities of Platte County. Brent Bien's going to be with us. Marine Corps veteran, nearly 3 decades with the Corps. Brent's running for governor. He ran in 2022, and he's running again. Why run, Brent? Brent will say he wants a truly free Wyoming. Like, he wants Wyoming to be the freest state in the nation. And he got the idea when he came home from his service in the Marine Corps. Immediately it was COVID. And he didn't care for the way the state handled the pandemic. I didn't care for how any of us handle the pandemic, but it made an impression. Brent Bien, his decision to get into politics as a newcomer, not a relative newcomer, not a guy who's only like someone who's not been in politics and never thought he would be. And Brent went and knocked on doors, put about 80,000 miles on the pickup truck. You didn't know who he was in 2022, but we know who he is this time around. He's going to be on the show. Representative John Baer will be on. We've had him on last week before, HD 31, representing you folks in Campbell County. Right-sizing government. House Appropriations Chair has been doing that. What's next? How can he get committee stuff, committee votes through the House floor? More importantly, how does he think he's going to get through the Senate with some of these things? Representative John Baer and like-minded have been making cuts in appropriations. We know that, but they have been making additions as well. They have been funding things. We're going to talk about that. David Pope will be on. I thought to gloat about the Denver Broncos, but unfortunately, you saw the game yesterday. It will be to commiserate. He'll be in misery. We'll have to cheer him up. David Pope's beloved Broncos came up short against the New England Patriots. Was it the decision to go for it instead of kick a field goal? Was it the weather? I don't think so. Both teams had to play in the same weather. Both teams are used to snow and weather. And if you were to play the popular drinking game, you'd be nursing one heck of a hangover this morning. The drinking game for the coverage of that Denver-New England game. Every time the announcer said, in these conditions, you had to take a shot. You'd be plastered. Because once it started snowing, both... who is it? Jim Nance, who's the main dude, and he's got Romo. And both of them could not stop adding that phrase to every sentence. Normally, Denver would run here, but in these conditions, typically, you'd see a pass. They're in cover one, Romo warns. Good time to take a shot, but in these conditions, I don't know. They must have said that 500 times. You'd have the hangover of hangovers if you were playing that game with me. Take a shot every time they say in these conditions. Coy Knobel will be here. He's got his own problems down there in Dallas, Texas. It's called snow. Texas not really geared for snow. They had snow, pretty good snow cold event. What was it, 4 or 5 years ago? Coy does the weather page on Cowboy State Daily. Speaking of weather, let's do that. Don Day is saying via Coy, who put the page together, that Casper is going to be sunny, breezy, highs 37. Lander, sunshine 41. So Wyoming is coming out of that cold shot pretty good, I think. I mean, it's still wrong side of zero where I am. -2 in Jackson. Evanston, sunny, 35. Rock Springs, sunshine, breezy, 35. Pinedale, plenty of sun, highs in the upper 20s. Mid-20s for Afton with sun. DuBois, sunny, breezy, 33. Jackson, highs in the upper 20s with sunshine. In the Bighorn Basin, Thermopolis, sunny with high near 34. Sunny in Cody, 38. Buffalo, sunshine, upper 30s. Sheridan, sunny, 39. Gillette, sunny, breezy, highs 39. Newcastle, 38 and sunshine. Sunny and windy in Torrington with highs around 41. Wheatland, just talked about you. County seat of Platte. Sunny, windy, 37. Guernsey, for all 200 people living there, sunny, windy, 40. Just kidding. There's more than that. Cheyenne, sunny and windy, 37. Sunny and windy in Laramie with highs 31. And in south central Wyoming, Rawlins, sunny, windy, highs 28. I'll give Don his due. When I saw the forecast for Denver, Colorado last week on Friday, I saw the forecast for game day Sunday, and it appeared weather would not be an issue. I said, Don, weather in Denver looks like it's clear and in the low 30s. Nothing that's going to bother the game. Weather should not be a factor, said I. And Don, if we could go back and play the tape, and we can, you can as well. This show is archived on the website, cowboystatedaily.com. Look for a menu tab at the top called radio. That would be us. And you can see every show we've ever done. Embarrassingly, some of the old ones, you can go back to when we launched, October of 24. Man, we've been on more than a year. Yeah, go back and look at some of those early shows. I can't bring myself to look. We've gotten much better. But you can go back and listen to Friday's chat with Don Day. And you can hear me say, Don, weather's going to be nothing in Denver. And Don says, I'm not sure about that. He's like, more and more the models are showing that Denver's going to be cold and it's going to be touched with some snow. And sure enough, that game changed on a dime. If you see replays from the first quarter, it looks like a beautiful day. You see replays from the fourth quarter, and you can't see the 30-yard line. What? Where is everybody? Everything's white. And does that favor the team in white, dressed in white, or does that favor a team that's wearing that blaze orange like a hunter? I mean, Denver was popping. It depends, I guess, on what you're looking for. But if you're Jarrett Stidham, the quarterback, and you drop back to throw and it's just a sea of white out there and you can see your guys pretty good, that's the upside. That's the positive. You're like, oh, there's one of my receivers. I can actually see somebody in this whiteout. He's wearing orange. I'll throw it to him. But what you don't see is anybody dressed in white, like the Patriots. Oops. I'll throw it to didn't see that guy. I thought he was a snowman. I thought he was a snow squall. That makes it difficult. Yeah, so both teams had their challenges. Good game, close game, and we get a New England-Seattle Super Bowl. I hope the commercials are good. Stories that we're going to be looking at that came out over the weekend for the Cowboy State Daily. We're going to save till tomorrow, my favorite, the crimes in Yellowstone, as told by two ex-Rangers. We'll chat tomorrow with Jen. Maybe even get one of those Rangers on the show. That'd be fun. I'll work on that. I like this story, but I read people on the Facebook saying, oh, must be a slow news day. Well, I think this is a real story. I think it's a significant story. Some of pop music's biggest hits were written in a Wyoming getaway cabin. Grammy-winning singer-songwriter Emily Warren. You don't know the name because she hides behind the pen. She's a songwriter. She lets artists like Dua Lipa and Shakira and other famous pop stars do her songs. She's written some massive hits and wrote them in Wyoming, in Wilson, Wyoming, right here in Jackson Hole. Draws inspiration from the cabin. She remembers exactly where she was when she wrote certain lines. In fact, she was inspired. This is my favorite part, and maybe you have to be into music. I don't know. But she was inspired to write Dua Lipa's one of Dua Lipa's big hits, the disco-sounding hit, after she went to disco night at the Stagecoach Bar in Wilson. If you ever been to the Stagecoach, legendary watering hole, better known for Sunday night church, as we call it, which is the longest-running house band probably in America, depending on how you want to measure it. Pretty much the same band with some tweaks to the lineup has played every Sunday night of the Stagecoach since Bob Dylan was in diapers. Like, long time. In fact, Bob Dylan had sat in with this band. They're famous. Stagecoach Bar is famous. And on Thursday nights, they have disco night. And Emily Warren went to a disco night. She probably sat down to write a song. She got writer's block. She's like, it's just not coming to me. And she went to disco night right down the road. Next thing you know, she pens Dua Lipa's big hit, Don't Start Now. Gets the idea by going to Thursday night disco night. She's also written big hits for Shakira, Lizzo, Katy Perry, and more. All from her cabin getaway in Wilson, which she just put on the market. Yet another property for sale in Jackson Hole. That's not the big deal. $3.5 million, by the way, if you're thinking about it. Sotheby's has the listing. She never thought she'd sell it. It's the Outpost cabin. And she just recently met a feller, and they're getting married. And he said, we got to live closer to New York. So she's going to sell the beloved cabin that she's written so many hits in. I thought it was a great story. Very cool to learn. Other stories, Zach. Well, we'll go to Rock Springs High School here right after a break. We got to take a quick break. We're going to Rock Springs, where the teacher accidentally showed a nude photo. I think she was trying to show the kids the anatomy, the human body. Well, she showed it, the whole thing, man. Rock Springs next.
Hey, Wyoming, ready for news that actually feels like Wyoming? Tune into Cowboy State Daily Radio with heart, humor, and a little Western kick. From ranch roads to mountain peaks, if it's happening here, you'll hear it here. No fluff, no filter, just the real deal. Real voices, real stories, real Wyoming. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Wyoming's news, just the real deal. 100% homegrown.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own. I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Rock Springs High School, home of the Tigers, where the boys team just lost a couple of tough games in basketball. This team was 10-1 headed into the weekend, I think, and they lost twice. I'm pretty sure. Still a good basketball team. Wyoming. I usually try to round up high school sports, do a high school sports roundup on Mondays, but basketball is just so many games to cover. They played Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday, and then it's girls and boys. By the time I get done giving you all the scores, it's like 20 minutes of just mind-numbing numbers. So just try to hit the highlights. Rock Springs, who was ranked number 2 heading into the weekend, got beat Friday by Kelly Walsh, 50-42. Tough game. Kelly Walsh, Trojans beat him. And then I think they lost again. Yeah, to Natrona County, 48-45. So Rock Springs not going to be ranked number 2 anymore this week when the new poll comes out. WyoPreps, by the way, the place we find all this info, wyopreps.com, our friend David Settle. So we're not here to talk about the basketball team. We're going to talk about the Rock Springs High School teacher who accidentally projected a personal nude photo during a special ed class lesson. Shocked some students, upset some parents. Parents mostly upset with the handling of the situation, and that's not the first time. Rock Springs High School, and this is the Sweetwater County School District. Right? Rock Springs, Sweetwater County. This is the county that's being sued. This is the county, the school district where they were calling somebody's daughter a boy or somebody's son a daughter or something. And then there's also another incident at a Sweetwater County School District. I mean, they got to get a handle on it, man. The latest is Elizabeth Hembry said, "My daughter was devastated. She got home. She immediately broke down crying. It was her 17-year-old Daisy who was among a group of special education students caught off guard by an unexpected lesson in the human anatomy. Well, nothing displays the human anatomy like the human anatomy. And when you need to point out some spots on the human anatomy, and a nude photo does the trick, right? It was an accident. This teacher, who is not mentioned, the teacher connected her cell phone to a laptop projector, and then the gasps came. That's a naked person. I don't know who it was. I don't know if it's the teacher's boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever it was inappropriate. Even I know that. You can't show naked photos in class. But it was a mistake, an honest mistake. Mistakes happen. It was the school's handling of said mistake. Oh, yeah, this is a school that also was selling the wristbands that said F around and find out. Edgy, yes. Wrong, I don't know. That's a tough one because most people don't know what that means. If you're likely to be offended by the letters FAFO, did I get it right? Yeah. If you're likely to be the Karen that's triggered by this, then you probably don't know what the letters mean. You know, you're probably still calling a hashtag the pound sign. Let's just say that. If the hashtag is still a pound sign to you, it's not likely you're going to be offended by FAFO. You don't know what it means. It means, translated PG, fool around and find out. And they were selling these as a school-related fundraiser, as a school thing. The school was selling them. Well, should the school be selling any paraphernalia, any swag that has a naughty word on it? No, it doesn't spell out the word, obviously. So it's a gray area. Rock Springs High School principal Ben Straka confirmed in a statement the matter is under investigation regarding the decision to keep the teacher in the classroom and what happened in the incident. Meanwhile, parents are saying it's how they had to find out through their kids and then watch nothing really happen until they started blowing up the phone lines and sending emails. And then finally, the Rock Springs High School acknowledges, oh, yeah, it was a nude photo, and here's what we're doing. Just more Sweetwater County School District nonsense. That school district too often has been in the headlines. Mark Hines says you can make yourself $15,000 if you know anything about who shot the grizzly in Idaho. $15,000 reward being offered by Fish and Game over there in Idaho. In Wyoming, we call them Game and Fish. In Idaho, Fish and Game. It's one of the first ways, by the way, we find out if you're really somebody. If you claim to be from the Mountain West, then you know what the agency is in Wyoming Game and Fish Department, and you would know that in Idaho, just over the border, they call it the Idaho Fish and Game Department. It's one of my favorite little tells, like back in the Red Scare, back in the communist, when we were all worried that our neighbor might be a commie. And one of the ways to find out was quiz him on who was in the 1969 World Series. Well, wasn't that great when the Giants won the 69 World Series? Hank, you would say to your neighbor as he's pause as he turned his lawnmower off and he's enjoying a lemonade and he's wiping the sweat off his forehead. And you've always expected Hank as a red commie. Wasn't that great in 1969 when the Giants won the World Series? Oh, sure was, Hank. Sure was, Hank says. I remember it like it was yesterday. You know, I had tickets for that game, but I sold them. Just couldn't resist. The scalpers rate was so good. Says the suspicious neighbor. Giants did not win the World Series in 1969. Are you working for Russia? I'm getting sidetracked. My tell is if you know how to properly call the Idaho Fish and Game. Mark Hines does. That's, of course, that's easy for him. The illegal killing of a female grizzly, from what Bear advocates is the tiny imperiled subpopulation, has stumped investigators for months. They're up against a wall now in the investigation. Still waiting for the next clue, so they're offering a $15,000 reward. This is a grizzly shot dead on or about October 28th, north of Perkins Lake in Boundary County, Idaho. That's Idaho's most northernmost county, bordering Canada up in the pan. Oh, it's yeah. I know where it is now. Way north of Coeur d'Alene. Practically Canada. And this bear was from the Cabinet Yaak grizzly subpopulation in Idaho. It's an isolated pocket, perhaps consisting of 60 bears at the most. And they make their way around northern Idaho, northwest Montana, a little bit of Canada. U.S. Fish and Wildlife put up $7,000 for a reward that cracks the case. Idaho's Citizens Against Poaching tossed in another $700. And environmental groups Center for Biological Diversity this month added $7,300. So that makes for the $15,000. If you know anything about the shooting of said grizzly bear back in October, late October. Mark Hines has that story. Other Cowboys. Obviously over the weekend, the big news you cannot get out of your social media is the shooting of one of the Minneapolis protesters. Another killing. This is the third person to be killed by ICE operations in Minneapolis. The Renee Good incident was hard to watch, but you could almost make a case for either side. If you're of the protester side of things, you see President Trump's Gestapo carrying out operations in your city, unwanted, unsolicited, rounding up innocent civilians. If you're of the other side, Kristi Noem and the ICE operations and the feds, ICE is rounding up illegals in the country illegally, and many of them terrible criminals. And somewhere in the middle is truth, but what we see play out on the streets of Minneapolis, complete with plenty of photos and video, is the disconnect in narratives. That's the worst. I mean, it's bad to see Americans shot dead on our own city streets by cosplay soldiers. And I don't know how well trained these ICE guys are. I'm thinking not real well trained. And I don't want to smash ICE on this. I would rather uplift our Wyoming Highway Patrol, our many sheriff's offices, our PDs across the state, police departments, they go through training. And nowhere in the training manual does it say it's okay to pump 9 rounds into the back of an unarmed man. I'm pretty sure. I wonder as to the training of ICE. A lot of these shootings seem panic-driven, like these guys have never been in situations where you might hear the pop of a gun go off, or whistles are being blown, or cans are being banged. Yeah, these protesters are annoying with the noise they make, and it creates for stressful anxiety. And maybe at some point, because of your lack of experience, you fear for your life, and out comes the 9mm, and pop, 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 pop. Dead is Alex Preddy, 37-year-old nurse. And then, that's bad. It's hard to watch the video. But what's worse is the explanation of videos you can see. It's as if the federal government has no idea videos exist. They go ask Kristi Noem about it. They go ask Hegseth. They go ask Trump. And they have some narrative they're reading off a script saying, well, the incident was started when a armed protester aggressively approached ICE, innocent, scared ICE soldiers. I don't know how many adjectives they had in there. And then you watch the video and you're like, none of this matches up. Preddy wasn't going out of his way to challenge soldiers. He may have been an hour prior in a video we don't see. The allegations is Preddy was hassling ICE operations, prohibiting them from doing their job, and he was armed with the right to carry, both concealed and regular. You know who should be really upset is the NRA. Where is the NRA in all this? They're at Second Amendment right to bear arms. If you can't bear your arms without getting shot for it, then there is no Second Amendment for you. I don't know where the NRA is in this, but they got to come out with something. Everybody's just afraid to come out with their opinion. But I watched Trump and Noem and Hegseth and the Border Patrol head dude explain what happened while I'm watching a video of what happened. And I'm thinking, those two things don't go together. They're not looking at the same incident. What are they talking about? But that was bad stuff. Former President Obama, Clinton, and many other high-profile politicians have come out with statements, letters to D.C., emails, etc. The Renee Good felt like a turning point in America, and then that story kind of went away, replaced by the invasion of Venezuela. Oh, and by the way, the puppet leader there says she's done taking orders from Trump. That's in the news. The next in command after Trump went in and scooped out Maduro, the second in command, as long as she, toes the line, she would be allowed to run the country down there. Well, she said yesterday, Venezuela's acting president says she has had enough of U.S. orders. Oh, boy. Anyway, I thought the Renee Good killing was going to be a turning point in this country. But maybe it will be Alex Preddy. $1 million has been raised already in a GoFundMe campaign for the 37-year-old victim shot multiple times. Yes, he was armed. I see some very liberal. Well, I see some uninformed what I assume are Republican conservatives saying, trying to, turn it on the victim, saying, well, he brought an assault weapon. I've never seen anything like this, said one guy on Facebook. Meanwhile, it's just a very standard stock Sig Sauer 9mm. It's a pretty standard firearm with a red dot sight attached to it. The photo that's making the circulations is taken showing an extra clip, a 17-shot clip, so close to the gun that it makes it appear as if it's part of the. I mean, it looks like a futuristic firearm or something. And people who don't know are saying, well, look, this isn't a gun for defense. This is a gun for assault. It's a firearm that many Americans own. It's a pretty popular. In fact, it's out of stock. It's really hard to find one. It's not anything unusual. Very similar to what ICE is carrying. Anyway, we could talk all morning about Alex Preddy and the shooting and what you think. Look, I'm a red-blooded American, flag-waving American, sort of. And I don't like seeing people out there protesting the way they are against our own government. I don't like to see the way they're protesting. They look like they're just being a pain in the fanny, getting in the way of operations, which, if are being done truthfully and correctly, are nabbing people that are in this country illegally, and some of them doing bad crimes while they're here. They should be rounded up and kicked out. I like that about ICE, as long as we're getting real bad guys and real illegals. And if you want to be in the way of that, disrupt those activities with your whistle blowing and garbage can banging, I don't have a lot of sympathy for you. But I do have sympathy for you when you're shot dead doing it. That's not right. And if you don't watch out, it's going to get bad. Armed paramilitia has stormed the hotel where ICE is staying. This is Americans taking up arms against Americans. It's bad news. Bad for the country. We got to figure it out. We got other stuff we're going to hit on. Cowboy State Daily Stories. This day in history kind of things. Because we are... Yeah, I should do this day in history when we come back. Because we're pretty filled for guests today. Once again, we got Sheriff Alex Bakken going to be on the show. Tresha Cancino, CEO of the Platte County Chamber of Commerce, will be on next hour. Brent Bien, he's running for governor. Representative John Baer, HD 31, he's going to be on the show. David Pope, Coy Knobel, Dale Killingbeck, Mac Watson. We got a jam-packed Monday, so we better get to it. Let's take a quick break and make that possible.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya. Just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the Capitol to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
These walls and windows hold me tight. The warm embrace we all call home. My neighbors watch over one another. This little street is a land of liberty of its own, where I always have a place to go. I'm free to call this place my own. We all deserve a place to call home.
That's an American dream.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars, with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org, because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
I got to reach out to Justin Hathaway, Casper Planet, later when I'm done with the show. We got to get him on this week. He's on regular with us, but maybe not regular enough because he's been all over the news. He just got snoped. You know you're somebody when you get snoped. Snopes is the website. I guess they're a website. I don't know what they are. They're a debunker of fake news. And they've been around for a while. And when Snopes launched, I think maybe we had no idea how important a little outfit like this would be, because there's so much fake news now. Some of it intentionally satirical, like what Casper Planet does. Some of it is the work of nefarious bad actors in the world. How many news stories get planted? I'm always suspicious of this. Like, for instance, what we were just talking about, the uprisings in Minneapolis. And we see, if I see one more post on Facebook's offering me a different new view, a new angle of the shooting, golly. And then there'll be the angle in these posts is the news angle, what they're trying to get across. And I wonder how many of these posts are derived from countries that aren't necessarily friendly with the United States, like North Korea, China, Russia. I wonder how many of those stories are placed by those countries that are trying to win a war by creating a civil war. They don't like the United States. They'd like to defeat us, but they don't have the missiles to do it, so they take to social media and they spread discourse. Seriously wonder about that. Those stories ought to be snoped. But Casper Planet got a phone call from Snopes saying, what's the deal with that story about all the snow on Devil's Tower? It's not the first time Casper Planet has been snoped. That agency reaching out, trying to find out, is this true? And I admire Snopes for going right to the source. Before Snopes wastes a lot of time researching, like I don't know how they even get an idea for their next post, to Snopes.com is the place you go to find out whether this viral video or this story making the rounds is real. And somehow Snopes has an ear to the ground, and they know what's going on. They know what the peoples are talking about. They know how many eyeballs are on what smart screens. And a lot of people were making noise about the story that was making the rounds, all hatched out of the sick brain of Justin Hathaway. Casper Planet. The story was that the wind event going back a week or two ago caused snowdrifts, unprecedented snowdrifts on Devil's Tower. And Casper Planet used AI to fashion a photograph that looked very realistic and very much like President Trump's hairdo. A lot of people commented. But it looked real. The story made sense. There was nothing so outrageous about it, really, except the fact that it came from Casper Planet, which, if you know, you know. If you're in on the gag, you know not to be taken in. But a lot of people still, they don't know, and they take it seriously, and they'll write nasty posts and email to Casper Planet saying, what are you talking about? I just drove by Devil's Tower. There's no snow on that. You're spreading fake news. Snopes actually checked, and Snopes does really good research to check out the validity of these fake news stories. They really dive into it. And what they could have done is try to figure out if there's a webcam pointed at Devil's Tower. They could have asked a local meteorologist. They went right to the source. They went right to the news story, and they called. Justin has his phone number on Casper Planet. They called Casper Planet. They said, is that story real? Of course, Justin has to say, no, they're never real. You guys have asked me before about other stories. No, it's not real. Just having fun. So when we get Casper Planet on again, we are going to play the game popularized by Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me on NPR, which is to list 4 news stories, and only one of them is real. The other 3 are fake stories that have been put up by Casper Planet. And when I do that, it'll be the latest Casper Planet stories, including the Devil's Tower one, maybe the snow snakes. And the one sole real story will be this one, Cowboy State Daily story. Headline, Yellowstone scientists monitor Chicago-sized bulge along volcano's north rim. I mean, if that doesn't sound like a Casper Planet story, I don't know what does. Apparently it's truthful. As truthful as Andrew Rossi can be. He's the author of this. Scientists are monitoring a bulge in Yellowstone along that giant caldera left by the super volcano. Mike Pollan, scientist in charge. He's a scientist, a real scientist. It's his job to watch stuff like this. And all the scientists in Yellowstone always tell us, despite the UK tabloids insisting Yellowstone's going to blow any minute, all the level-headed scientists say that's not true. There's nothing to indicate well, is there a bulge or not? Well, there is a bulge. The ground has lifted 1 inch in this area in the north rim of Yellowstone caldera near Gibbon Falls. So here comes the next round of, is Yellowstone going to blow anytime soon? I'm sure we'll see those stories coming up. Andrew Rossi's story. It is true. We snopes it ourselves. Yellowstone scientists are monitoring a bulge the size of Chicago and half of New Hampshire along the North Rim. Yellowstone. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. 1 hour down, 3 to go. It's time for news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. From Afghanistan to Wyoming, Kim Green is a leading trainer of world-class protection dogs that she sells for $175,000 each. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that Kim sells about 20 dogs a year, and her security business made nearly $3 million in 2024.
Kim Green, she started just down the road from Jackson on the highway there in an old Polaris dealership, and she's built up this reputation and a product, this incredible protection dog that can sell for as much as $175,000. Now, what do you get for that? Well, she says that in the time that she's been in business, there's really only been one documented incident where the dog had to use its biting talents, only once during an attempted carjacking in Nairobi, Kenya.
Green is the founder of Svalin and got her start in Kenya before moving operations to Teton County, Wyoming. She's now based out of Livingston, Montana. Cheyenne-based Big Boy 4014 is the world's largest operating steam locomotive and will make its first ever coast-to-coast tour this year to honor America's 250th birthday. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that according to Union Pacific officials, the tour is historic.
Big Boy was rolled off the line in 1941 at the plant in Schenectady, New York, and has never been back to the East Coast since. He came to Wyoming. They stationed it at Green River. Eventually it went to a museum in California. Then it was brought back to Cheyenne to restore, and it's toured all over the West, but it's never been back to the East Coast since it rolled off the line in 1941. So this would be a first for Big Boy to make this tour. Lots of people are really excited about it.
Officials from Union Pacific tell Cowboy State Daily that Big Boy's tour has more details that need to be ironed out, but could begin near the end of March. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you, download the Wyoming 511 app for hands-free information on your mobile device. This message is from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long-term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com. What if you didn't have to travel out of state for expert rheumatology care? Hoskinson's Health Rheumatology offers access to 2 world-class rheumatologists right here in Gillette. From early joint pain to complex autoimmune disease, patients receive advanced diagnostics, in-house infusion therapy, and coordinated care. Expert rheumatology, expertise close to home. Hoskinson Health Rheumatology. We are the future of healthcare now, and your doctor works here. Visit hoskinsonhealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A Cheyenne state legislator unveiled a bill Thursday that seeks to sell between 30,000 and 200,000 acres of non-trust state lands in 10-acre parcels to individual families at $1 an acre. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that State Representative Jacob Wasserberger says it will help ease Wyoming's housing shortage.
The Wyoming Homestead Opportunity Program unveiled Thursday. What it wants to do is to sell off several thousand acres of Wyoming state non-trust lands at $1 an acre in clusters, like these 3,000-acre neighborhoods. And then each family or buyer gets like a 10-acre lot.
Now, state parks, school parcels, historical sites, recreational grounds are just some of the land that will not be eligible for sale under the act if it becomes law. In 1891, a well-known Casper doctor and drunk was thrown into the local jail after a fight with another doctor. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that the doctor then yelled that the jail was on fire, but nobody paid attention.
They rushed to the jail. It's ablaze. This neighbor tried to break the lock, broke the lock, but he couldn't open the door. So then he goes to get the marshal. The marshal gives him the key, can't open the lock. They go to cut a hole in the side of the jail, and by the time they do that, they find that the doctor is just a pile of ashes, and they pull him out with a rake.
The hometown Natrona County Tribune on October 4th got straight to the point. Quote, "Burned to death, Dr. Joseph Benson meets a death of agony," unquote. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Most hiring algorithms would scream me out.
Some bosses couldn't see me as a leader.
I've run this place for 20 years, but I still need to prove that I'm more than what you see on paper.
I've been running code as long as I've been able to reach a keyboard.
This is what I do. It's second nature for me, coordinating 100 details at once.
That's the way my mind works. I have a very mechanical brain.
I sold them on my skills.
You gotta be so good they can't ignore you.
My magic is
analytics and empathy. That's how I'm getting clients. You have to have the confidence in yourself to show up and defy the odds.
I'm more than who I am on paper.
I never got a college degree. And today, I'm the CEO of my own company. People want to tell me I'm one in a million, when actually I'm one of millions. Stars are all around us. It's time for them to shine.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Monday, and I'm just reading the story about Kim Green, who trains and sells world-class protection dogs. I think most of them, if not all of them, are Belgian Malinois. They're super smart, incredibly athletic. The dogs, she sells those for like $175,000 a pop. The dog is worth about $5,000. The other $170,000 is training to assure it doesn't rip your face off. But they are cool dogs. Alex Bakken is with us. Sheriff Bakken, do you have any canines at Carbon County? SO?
Hey, good morning, Jake. Yes, we do. We've got 2 now in our canine division, and they are trained to make sure that they don't bite our handlers' face off. You were correct in that assertion.
That is always a plus, and they're probably pretty cool to deploy on search and rescue missions. There's special training, cadaver dogs that are look for people. There's dogs that sniff out explosives, drugs, whatever. Are yours like cross-trained? Can they do a whole bunch of stuff? What do they do?
Yeah, Jake, it's really amazing on how many things you can train a dog to do in our arena. And we have several search and rescue volunteers that have tracking dogs and have cadaver dogs. For our department, our canine program within the sheriff's office, we have 2 separate canines, and each one is dual purpose. So they are narcotics detection trained, and they are also bite apprehension trained. And then, of course, handler protection.
Sheriff Alex Bakken, by the way, take a good look at Sheriff. And when you see him out there running on Bridger Pass, his truck did not break down. He's preparing for that ultra marathon thing. The last time we talked to you, you were going to get ready for that. The problem is you're the good, loving people in Carbon County. Man, they're such friendly folk. They want to give you a lift, but that's not going to get you in shape.
No, but I sure think it's phenomenal, Jake. I was, 7 or 8 miles away from my truck yesterday morning, and Bridger Pass Road is in the middle of the desert. There's nothing out there. And I had 2 people stop and make sure I was okay. And they looked a little concerned about my mental state when I said, nope, I'm okay. I'm just on a run out here. And I think that was more concerning to them than anything. But like I said in the post, it seems like every time I'm on one of these runs, someone stops and checks on me, makes sure I'm not stuck, asks if I need a ride. And I think that's just indicative of Wyoming as a whole. I'm so thankful for it.
When I see somebody running in a truck roadside and they're miles away, I want to give them a lift to Napa. I mean, I'm certain they broke down. Okay, seriously, Sheriff Bakken, what do you know about spelling? I saw you as one of the judges on the panel, the Platte Valley County Center hosting a spelling bee, Saratoga Schools. For real? Like, did they have to give you the answers? You were a judge at a spelling bee.
Yeah, you know what? Their confidence may have been a little misplaced, Jake. The best 3 years of my life were spent in fourth grade, so that should tell you how adept I am at spelling. Thankfully, they had the judge's sheet in front of me, so I saw the words and I could make sure they spelled them correctly. Jake, to be honest, I'm just glad I wasn't the one spelling.
Yeah, and by the time you got to fifth grade, they probably put you in an advanced class. You were ready for fifth grade. That's one thing for sure. Hey,
I thought it was special, but
you have a winter rally coming up, Carbon County Avalanche Operations. It's the first ever. What's this about? Raising money, awareness, both. When is it and what is it?
Yeah, great question, Jake. Thanks for asking. So it's going to be on March 1st. And what it is, we had two relatively high-profile avalanche fatalities in Carbon County over the last several years. And one of our goals in order to stop that was to create an avalanche observation team. So we formed that. It's a nonprofit through the state of Wyoming, and it's just a grassroots group of volunteers that are trained in forecasting snow conditions, observation, and we go out 2 to 4 times a week. We dig snow pits. We do instability and stability assessments to see what the snowpack's doing. And then we post that on Eastern Wyoming Avalanche Information Exchange. That way, visiting riders, local recreators, and search and rescue team members can check that website, see what the snow conditions look like, see what the avalanche danger is, and then go out and ride safely and make good decisions. So in order to fundraise for that project, we've got the winter rally, the poker run, and that's going to be on March 1st.
All right, sounds good. Sheriff Alex Bakken is with us this morning. Let's talk about, speaking of avalanche, we had Bridger Teton Avalanche Center on the other day, and it's weird. It's a kind of winter where you don't think avalanche, but that's exactly why avalanche may be even something you should have on the foremost of your mind. I don't know how much snow you have your way, but I did want to mention the Rawlins Reliables 4-H Club. They are getting up to date on avalanche stuff.
Yeah, that's a good point, Jake. And those Bridger Teton guys are awesome. They've worked with us a lot and they've helped us build our program. I can't say enough good things about them. And we don't have a lot of snow, comparatively speaking, and I think that gives some people a false sense of security that we don't really need to worry about avalanches this year because we don't have the snow. Whereas that's just not true. If there's enough snow to ride in, there's enough snow for that snow to slide. And yeah, I was fortunate enough to give that safety presentation to the Rawlins 4-H group, all the kids, and we talked about how the avalanche transceiver beacons work. So I'd give one kid a beacon on transmit and one kid a beacon on search and watch them chase each other around the building. It was a lot of fun, and it was a good thing to get that awareness, at a young age.
Cool. If there's enough snow to ride in, there's enough snow to get stuck in. Incident on January 14th highlights the challenges of sledding solo. I used to do that all the time. I just couldn't get anybody to go with me. But if you are out there snowmobiling alone, you better have some stuff to be prepared. This one ended up turning out okay, huh?
Yeah, we were lucky that he had a Garmin device that was able to communicate with our dispatch center. So he was able to pretty much provide real-time updates on where he was at and where he was going to try to make it out. But you highlight a really important point, and I'll be the first to admit, Jake, I've been guilty of it myself when I couldn't find it. This was years ago before I got smarter.
Yeah.
I would ride by myself once in a blue moon. Now, obviously never ride by myself, and I would just really emphasize that message to all winter recreators. I mean, you can get a long ways back at a snowmobile, and by the time you're stuck, it might be too late to realize how far you've gone, and coming out on foot sometimes just isn't feasible. And this gentleman made it a ways on foot before he realized it just wasn't going to happen. So we were able to get in there and scoop him up and get him out.
Yeah, Sheriff, I don't know if people can appreciate the sweat, the cold sweat that comes over you when you get that Polaris so stuck and you're looking at it and you're like, I am 10 miles from the trailhead. I didn't pack snowshoes. That's the first sweat. The second sweat is digging until you're pretty sure you can get out of there. Yeah, that's all fun and games in winter. Hey, how about Lieutenant Robin Umberger? She's pretty cool. What's the lieutenant done?
Yeah, she's awesome, Jake. I'm glad you brought it up. So Lieutenant Umberger, she's our detention division lieutenant, and she worked with the National Child Safety Council to procure donations for specific child safety classes such as gun safety, firearm safety, street safety, all this stuff that focuses entirely on child safety programming. And she was able to raise almost $4,000 on that initiative. And she did it all on her own. No one told her to do it. She just saw the needs, saw the opportunity to work with that Child Safety Council, reached out to a bunch of different local businesses. And I say this all the time, we're really blessed in Carbon County. And obviously I'm a little biased, but our local businesses stepped up in a big way, and they donated her the funds to start these programs. So I'm just really appreciative of that effort and really impressed by her self-initiative to go ahead and get that kind of stuff done. And I think that's just a testament to the kind of people we have on our team, and we're fortunate for all of them.
Yeah, great crew, Carbon County. So this is the guy keeping law and order in Carbon County, Sheriff Alex Bakken. Anything else, Sheriff?
No, Jake, I think that's all. As these colder temps come, though, and the wind picks up, I would just urge everyone to use caution. If you're going to drive anywhere, keep a full tank of gas. You never know when the interstate closes down, and you never know if you're going to get stuck somewhere. So just make sure you're being safe and making good choices out there.
There's a good chance that this guy is not stuck. He's not broke down, but it never hurts to roll the window down and make sure. Say, Sheriff, you all right? And he'll say, I
appreciate it.
I'm just burning calories, getting the heart rate up. Hey, thanks,
Trying
man.
to. Thank you, Jake.
Have a great Monday.
You too.
Cowboy State Daily. It's Carbon County Sheriff Alex Bakken. Always fun to talk to him. Don Day will be next. Weather's coming right up.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com. Winter is here. Wind chills below zero, ice and snow, and the drifts. Oh, you know what it's like. But guess what? Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the most accurate and reliable forecast with meteorologist Don Day. So you know what to expect. You know the saying, if you don't like the weather in Wyoming, just wait 5 minutes. It will change. But you don't have to keep checking the skies or an app on your phone to see if it's going to rain or snow. So make sure you're getting your forecast from Cowboy State Daily's Don Day. Every day.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner! Go?
Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
Cowboy State Daily Show Monday. Don Day will be here in a moment. We're going to talk weather forecast, and Don's the one to blame if you're looking for somebody to blame on the Denver Bronco loss to the New England Patriots. Look no further than Don Day. Broncos kicker Will Lutz says it was snow that caused him to miss that 45-yarder that could have been a difference, could have made a difference. Meanwhile, early in the game, before it started snowing, Coach Sean Payton passed up a gimme field goal and went for it on fourth down. I don't mind the call. Sometimes you just got to go for it, man. He wanted the Broncos to go up 14-0. That would have looked pretty nice. But he didn't know later in the game there'd be such a weather event with snow and wind that it would become impossible to kick field goals. Impossible to even see where you were on the field. I see Lutz claiming that they lined the ball up. They put the ball at the wrong yard line. Broncos kicker Will Lutz claims offense may have lined up at the wrong yard line when he missed that 45-yard. That no one could see where the yard lines were. It was snowy. Let's get Don Day in here, because I know we love to, blame the weather guy for just about everything. We don't often blame the weather guy for our favorite sports team not getting into the Super Bowl, but we will. Don, remember Friday, I said, looks like weather won't be a factor in the Broncos-Patriots game. And you said, well, hold on there. You said more and more the models are showing cold, wind, and they may get hit with snow. And man, that game turned, huh? The weather.
Yeah, you could definitely say that weather was not just a little bit of a factor, but probably an overriding one. The outcome, I think, probably would have been different if it hadn't hit.
Yeah, I mean, both those teams are used to weather like that, but it doesn't matter. It just shut down anything you could do. And I was telling our listeners, it's mostly Don Day's fault. If you're a big Broncos fan, you were hoping to go to the Super Bowl. Look what Don did to the weather. That day weather forecast for Denver.
Yep, it's my fault. Send all your betting losses to me and I'll reimburse.
I mean, that Lutz field goal, that 45-yarder was headed right down the uprights, and then Don Day went and blew that thing, and it just faded right. Oh.
Yeah, we'd been talking all week about how big this Arctic wave was and how intense it was going to be. And this is, at the beginning of last week, I heard somebody say that it was going to be in the 40s for that game. And I go, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
And you just got to be careful. Again, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but especially this time of year, you can't go far out past 5 days. You're rolling the dice. And I will tell you, the error rate on forecast after 5 days is like, boom, skyrockets.
Yeah. So, you showed us the number. It's like a 50-50. Just flip a coin if you want to try to go more than, a week out, 5 days out. Forget it. Today, tomorrow in Wyoming, let's settle for that 48-hour period. What's it look like?
Well, so the good news is the Arctic air is retreating, but that's also the bad news. And folks are feeling this right now in central and eastern Wyoming. The winds have really cranked up. And this happens when you have Arctic air masses come into the state. When they begin to leave, there's a vacuum, so to speak. There's a big difference in air pressure. So it's going to be very windy today for Laramie, Cheyenne, Wheatland, Casper, Douglas. There's blowing snow right now on the interstate and really cold wind chills. However, this is a Chinook wind, so it is going to warm temperatures up a little bit. Really, for the next 4 days, there's not a lot going on. We are at the end of the week going to see a system bring some snow to the northeastern corner of the state and the far eastern counties. We also will see a little bit of snow in northwestern Wyoming with this system. But again, Jake, the big weather, the big winter weather, again, is going to be in the central and the east. And they're not done. they are going to see severe cold all week, and then we may have a good old-fashioned nor'easter later this week and this weekend. Boston got 19 inches of snow yesterday, and they were pushing 10 inches of snow in D.C. Those areas may get another dump before the week's over.
Yeah, they were showing the Gillette Stadium or whatever it's called in New England. They're like, well, be happy you're not playing there.
The snow would have been heavier there, but but it wasn't an Arctic wave. I think part of that too was the way the wind direction was in that game with the driving cold and the wind and driving that snow in everybody's players' faces. I don't think anybody could see very well.
Yeah, it was like getting in your eyes. And as the announcers pointed out, if you were playing the drinking game, every time they said, Tony Romo or the other dude said, in these conditions, you would have been plastered. They were like, normally you would pass here on this play, but in these conditions.
Yeah, I was waiting for a hockey game to break out.
It was pretty nasty. They were waiting for a hockey game to break out in the Dallas-Plano area as well. We're going to talk to Coy Knobel later today and find out why it's snowing in Texas. But Don already told us.
Yeah, it's 20. It's currently, I just checked, the current temperature in Houston is 26.
Houston is 26.
Houston, 26 degrees in Houston.
And 126% humidity, no doubt. But
of course.
Thanks, Don.
Bye-bye.
Day weather forecast. So, the cold polar vortex thingy left the Wyoming area. Its influence has left the Wyoming, but what happens when one weather front leaves is wind, as Don points out. Let's get right back into the Zoom room and see Tresha. Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you this morning?
Is it windy there in Platte County?
We do not say the W word around here.
Ooh.
Because it is.
I'm with you. So. I'm totally with you. Shh, that's a naughty word. Tresha Cancino, yes?
Yes, that is correct. You said it perfect the first time.
Tresha Cancino, CEO of the Platte County Chamber of Commerce Visitor Center, just a shade over a year at that gig, 1 year anniversary. I remember when you first took the job, you were like just trying to figure things out. Let me get my feet wet and planted. Now you're a year in. What does it feel like?
It's better, but the same. So we're still, we're ever evolving in our county and transitioning. And so the learning curve is stiff, but it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of great connection, and we're just doing the best we can.
Tresha grew up in Wheatland via Colorado. She got to Wheatland as often as she could. So kind of full circle for Tresha, who has spent time in Montana, Alaska, Wyoming, doing what she does, promoting the region she's in. Now, here's what I know of Platte County. So you tell me if the Chamber of Commerce and the Visitor Center is getting the word out, because Platte County is one of those counties I forget about sometimes. Another thing you're not supposed to say. I know. I'm like, oh,
I heard you earlier.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, you know what? After this one, you're not going to forget.
Right. Never again. Wheatland. I know Wheatland. I love Wheatland. Everybody loves Wheatland. Chugwater is just fun to say. And it always makes the list of like every state's funniest, town name. And Chugwater, the Swanland Cattle Company. Guernsey. Immigrants wash tub, named for a guy named Guernsey in New York, not the cow. Glendo is where we go to boat. Anybody with a boat on the back in Platte County, they're going to or coming from Glendo. I mean, that's a given. And
also the ones south of the border here, they come up here a lot too. Those little green, well, now they're red too, license plates. So they come up a lot too. We get a lot of good visitors in to Guernsey and Glendo reservoirs and state parks.
So is it truly an effort at the Chamber of Commerce Travel Center to make sure nobody gets lost in that? 5 towns, 1 community.
Yep, it is a challenge. Each of our little towns has such wonderful aspects. And Chugwater, has the Chugwater Chili Cook-Off every year. And they've been doing this. I think this is year 46. I could be wrong.
Don would know. Don Day loves the
Don Day.
Chug water chili cook-off.
Yeah. I know they've been doing it for a very long time.
Yeah.
And then, the Chug water soda fountain is there, the Stampede. They are just such a cute little quaint town, and then you've got Wheatland next in the progression up I-25. You've got Wheatland. We have amazing stores and shopping here. And again, the small town community, you get that rural vibe, you get that sweet, warm, you're always welcome kind of vibe. And then you've got Guernsey and Glendale, which have the state parks. Guernsey also has some historical pieces, which are, the Oregon Trail ruts and Register Cliff. I sat down with Chuck Frederick, and it's incredible their story at Register Cliff and how it came about, and what their history of it is. This, and then of course Little Hartville, which is just the cutest little town. They have that great bar at Stockman and Miners restaurant and bar. It's just so quaint and just really down home.
So how do you bottle all that magic when we're talking about the highlights of these communities in Platte County, for the most part, are the fact that they're old Americana. They're like towns used to be and should be, and people from outside of here dream that there's small town USA towns like this. How do you market that? Because it's true of all these little communities in Platte County.
Agreed. And I think it's true about most communities in Wyoming.
Yes.
We have something very unique here, and it is small town. The challenge is growing and keeping that small town feel and vibe. And we work very, very hard at it. Right now we're seeing that, we've got to grow. Those opportunities are starting to come our way, and we've got to plan it. We're planning ahead on how to get that done. Super excited about the transition and about the direction that we're trying to go. Yeah.
I think I saw an interview when you first took the job. This is Tresha Cancino, CEO, Platte County Chamber of Commerce Visitor Center. I think it was the Platte County Record or something. And you talked about some of the things you'd like to get done and accomplish. And I think even then you were talking about being ready for growth and prepared for growth, and don't let growth overtake you. And my goodness, I'm in Jackson. Cody's similar. Sheridan maybe one day. Yes, you want visitation. You want people to know you're on the map, but you also have to do it thoughtfully, because when growth happens, it happens fast. And yeah, there's a lot of downsides to growth.
Absolutely. I think our biggest challenge is, we all love the little towns that we live in. We love them exactly the way they are. But with rising costs and things like that across the nation, it's not just us it affects, but these little towns are who feels it the most, I think. And trying to stay local and keep our local economy vibrant and ready. Those are the biggest challenges. Platte County Economic Development and the Chamber are working hand in hand to try and figure this out, with the municipalities and the commissioners also trying to figure out what this looks like for us. My favorite thing to say, it's a marathon, not a sprint. And so it seems like rural counties, it takes a little bit longer to get there as well. But I'm super excited about the progression that we're making and where we're headed so far.
So I want a report card on 2025 for Platte County Chamber of Commerce. By the way, you can find out more and sign up for the newsletter. I love getting newsletters, find out what's going on in Platte County, plattechamber.com. We spell Platte with 2 T's, end it with an E, plattechamber.com. How did 25 go? Where were some highlights?
Highlights. In membership increased, which is really, really good. It shows that people understand the value of what it is to belong to the chamber. Connections. Oh man, I have the best mentors that have put me in the right rooms, in the right places, and getting just like you had said, like you had mentioned, you forget about Platte County. I'm trying to get Platte County on the map, at least to be recognized and looked at, and which we're getting there. We're doing that. I think that some economic growth is happening, and it's not always met with, enthusiasm by everyone, but I think in the end, that's where we're headed. We're really enthusiastic and positive about where we're headed. So hopefully this doesn't become one of those games that you were talking about earlier, but how many times I say enthusiastic either. Or these conditions.
The drinking game in these conditions, in these horrendous conditions.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. So I want to see what the plans are for the coming year, especially the 250th. First, quick quiz, pop quiz for Tresha. I had to look this up. I'm embarrassed to say.
Great.
License plate number. What is the number of Platte County?
Number 8 is the number of Platte County.
Correct. All right. Very good. Yeah.
Thanks for giving me an easy one.
Yeah, that's a layup. I know. Okay, so this coming year, we're barely 3 weeks into it, but you got to have the year planned out. We're looking forward to the Tour de Platte in May. Are we still going to do that? Cycle across the county? And then what do you got cooked up for the 250th 4th of July?
Well, I think that all the counties, so as a county, we have to think of 5 towns. So it's a big undertaking.
Yeah.
For each of the towns to have what they need and what they want. So what we've done at the chamber, we have several events that are regular events that we do. One is our agriculture appreciation banquet, that this will be year 27. We did combine it this year with our membership, because we see how it's evolving again into something bigger. And so that happens February 21st. And again, everything is slided this year for the 250th. So it's called the Agriculture and Membership Appreciation Gala. This year, we've partnered with both the school districts with their CTE and their culinary teams classes they're actually going to decide the menu, and they're going to cook the menu and they're going to provide the dinner. And with that also, they're going to be learning all different. So it's kind of a CTE thing too, where they're going to be also meeting with the 3 caterers that we have on board this year, because we're splitting that up into different courses. We're super excited. Crazy Tony's has joined us. The Wild Whisk out of Wheatland has joined us, and Spaghetti West, which is our newest restaurant in Platte County or in Wheatland. They've joined us to help out with these students figure this out. We're going to start from front of the house to back of the house. They're going to be welcoming everyone. And we're also Wyoming PBS is doing their teaser for the documentary that they launch in March, which is Home from the Vietnam War, which features our own Lee Alley. So we will be premiering, or not premiering, but using that or showing that teaser as well that evening. Right after that, we move right into the Tour de Platte. That's May 15th and 16th. And we're super excited about this one. The kickoff party will start in Chugwater the night before. Then the morning of the 16th, they'll start here at the chamber. The race will start here. And they ride all the way the back roads. They're going to pass the power plant, all the wonderful things that make us Platte County. The ruts, the Register Cliff, they'll go through downtown Guernsey, up through the Guernsey State Park, out to the west and to the east and all the way north, and then west again into Glendo, where we'll end with a big celebration. Again, that was tied into the 250th by, it's cycling through 250 years of freedom. And so everything is based this year on the 250th, 4th of July. I'm sure the chamber doesn't have anything planned, but every community seems to, not just this year, but every year do something so great that, has all of our communities involved in. So we're super excited.
Yeah, let each community do the 4th like they do the 4th, parades, fireworks, all that stuff. Yep. That sounds so much fun. That big Tour de Platte in May, that's pretty cool. I mean, besides the most picturesque cycling you can do, to ride a bike along a path where some of your great grandparents may have made their their westward trek in the wagons. That'd be neat. And don't forget about February 21st, Saturday, February 21. The celebrating all things ag and membership, agriculture membership appreciation gala It's going on at the Wheatland Agriplex, February 21. Get on the website, find out more, and sign up for the newsletter, plattechamber.com. Tresha's with us. And all right. Anything else?
Well, I just keep positive out there. Platte County is a small county compared to others, and our towns are small, but just keep positive and keep looking forward. I think that we're all on the cusp of great opportunity coming up. And, you mentioned it earlier when I say it's either going to happen to us or with us, and we'd rather have it with us than to us. So other places have seen such booms that they get overrun. And so I think that our team that we've got in our little county here is just on target, and they're watching and they're making all the right moves to get there.
I like that. Careful preparation for the future. You want to show everybody the best of Platte County, but you have to be prepared for growth and also do it smart. That's CEO of the Platte County Chamber of Commerce and Visitors Center, Tresha Cancino, and that's County 8 now, we know. Tresha knew that.
Thank you so much for having me.
You bet. Have a great Monday.
Thank you. You as well.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues. Brent Bien will be in next. He's running for governor. We'll talk with him after these.
News happens at any time, any place. That's why at Cowboy State Daily, we're dedicated to the stories that matter, with reporters stretching from your hometown across Wyoming and beyond. It doesn't matter if it's happening in Yellowstone, the capital in Cheyenne, or the most remote slice of Wyoming. With over 150 years of combined journalism excellence, if it affects Wyoming, it affects you, and we've got it covered. Upstream from the herd, we're Cowboy State Daily.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because it felt like a failure. And then I realized, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine, but if you're not, it's okay.
Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority. Filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our every day with understanding, empathy, and compassion, leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake and our special guest, Brent Bien's on. Brent, we just had the CEO of the Platte County Chamber of Commerce and Tourism Center, and we were talking about all the little communities in Platte County, and I can only think that you have been to all of them probably in your run for governor. In 2022, nobody knocked on more doors and shook more hands than Brent Bien. And I'll bet he's been to Wheatland, Guernsey, all of them. How you doing today? I can't hear you. I don't think you're muted. So check your mic. Still don't hear you. No. I could do more about. I can go on and on about Brent Bien, and I probably will have to until he can figure out the microphone deal. Brent's a decorated patriot, devoted in service, born and raised in Wyoming, earned a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering from the University of Wyoming, retired Marine Corps colonel, almost 3 decades with the Corps. He flew 275 combat missions in a Super Cobra attack helicopter. I bet Brent wishes he had that helicopter when he was touring the state on his campaign run in 2022. Put a purported 80,000 miles on the pickup truck. Yeah, the helicopter would have been a lot easier. He's been the leader of men, certainly in the Marine Corps, and would like to be the leader of Wyoming as governor. Anything, Brent? I'm pretty sure it's your end. Usually I would blame it on me because I'm not terribly techie, but I got all the right buttons pushed, I'm pretty sure. And for you, man, I don't even know how to help. It's going to be some kind of setting in Zoom. And maybe I don't have any commercials to play while we stall for time, unfortunately. Let's see. We could do a little bit of Western Ag Network's Rodeo Roadshow while Brent works on things over there. Maybe you could have... I don't know. We'll see if we can get it figured out. Let's see what Will's doing over at the Western Ag Network.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. This week going to Rodeo Rapid City in Rapid City, South Dakota. There we work for the great Sutton family, who is celebrating this year 100 years in the rodeo business. Steve Sutton on the show today will talk about the history of their family and the rodeo coming up.
It's more than a convention. It's where the cattle industry comes together. CattleCon 2026 is heading to downtown Nashville, February 3rd through February 5th. Gain insights from top cattle industry experts, connect with fellow producers, and take part in shaping the future of our business. Plus, world-class entertainment and inspiring keynote speakers. Whether you're there for the business, the education, or the good times, CattleCon is where it all comes together. Register today at convention.ncda.org.
No frills, no gimmicks, no excuses, no second chances. That's the philosophy here with us at Durbin Creek Herefords. If you're looking to add premium Hereford genetics, come join us February 4th in Worland, Wyoming for our 14th annual production sale. We will feature 100 2-year-old pap-tested Hereford bulls, 200 F1 Baldy heifer calves, and 8 registered Hereford heifer calves. Find us on Facebook at Durbin Creek Registered Herefords or our website, DurbinCreekRanch.com. Cattle for commercial cowmen, from commercial cowmen.
Well, Mom and Dad started it in 78. They went to Rapid. They just built a new building and talked them into filling it with dirt and putting on a rodeo. And here we are 45 years later. They built another new building, and they weren't a bit scared to fill that brand new fancy.
All right, we're going to try again. Brent, you with us?
Jake, how can you hear me?
There you are.
Okay. Hey, I am sorry about that. We transitioned to a computer here, and this doggone thing wasn't working for me here. So sorry about that.
What are you going to do? You'll have to assign somebody that task on the campaign trail to get that computer all shook out.
Yeah, I apologize.
I see on your, and by the way, you can find out more about Brent Bien, who's running for governor on the interwebs, BrentBien.com, BIEN.com. Find out where he stands, what he's looking to do for the state of Wyoming. First and foremost, I see this on all the campaign stuff from the Brent Bien camp, is make Wyoming the freest state in the nation. I love that idea. You got out of the Corps after almost 3 decades. You come home to Wyoming, and we're smack in the middle of COVID, the pandemic, and the way the state handled that, the way the country handled that, if anything, it had nothing to do with the illness of COVID. It had more of an eye-opener into just how free we are as a nation, as Wyomingites. I don't know. It inspired you to run, and you didn't really have a political background. You didn't think you'd be running for office.
Well, you're right, Jake, and that was the catalyst. After I retired at the end of 2019, I was working at Bighorn Airways up in Sheridan, and then the state was shut down by the current administration in 2020. And then we saw our legislature run a special session later that year and did nothing to protect the people's liberty. So from that, I've seen the end state of tyranny, and I've seen so many folks who've never known liberty, who never will. And I saw what was happening in our nation and in our state. I said, you know what? If nobody's going to do this, I'm going to do it. And that's how it all started. And it is. I mean, the one thing that we have in this nation that's so incredible, so unique, is just our liberty, our basic freedom. And to me, that's everything. Without it, we have nothing.
So the campaign, you must have learned so much hearing from people all across the state during the campaign in 2022. I'm glad you're running again, because all that intel that you gathered from voters is really useful, and just, apply it on another time around here. Let's start with taxes. Where do you stand with taxes? I know we don't have enough time. Property tax relief, man, we hear it in the news all the time. What are people saying they need? They want 25%. Is that enough? Do we want to talk about more? Where are you with property tax? I think you're looking at 50%, right?
Well, we are, and we got to remember it's residential property tax. Yes. And residential property tax is roughly about 3% of our entire revenue stream. I mean, it's very little in the big scheme of things. And you're absolutely right. I mean, canvassing this state over the last few years, running that ballot initiative, and just all the incredible people around the state who are really pressed by government. Government's got their boot on their neck, and we want to get that off of it. I want to get it off of it. And, and so much of this revolves around those liberties that we don't see, because this is economic liberty, individual, for the individuals. And we got to remember that our entire Constitution revolves around individual liberty and self-governance, individual sovereignty and self-governance. And when people have more of that financial liberty, they can better plot their destiny. It's the same thing with small business. We cut these taxes, and I want these small businesses to grow, because that's the brick and mortar of Wyoming. So, yeah, I am all about cutting this. I have every intention of, I want to see the end of residential property tax. I want to see the end of the fuel tax. I want to cut our state sales tax by 1%. And in the end, that's roughly just over $1 billion. And keeping in mind that we made about $1.9 billion just on interest alone of the $34 billion that we have in the bank. So it's easily paid for.
Another platform of the Brent Bien for Governor campaign is, transparency and taking a look at the books. Brent Bien wants
That's right.
To run a wall-to-wall audit of state government expenditures. That hasn't been done since 1990. Brent says Wyoming doesn't have a revenue problem. It has a spending problem.
That's absolutely right. We've seen our, under this current administration, revenue's gone up roughly 64%. So if you look at that, of course, people's revenue has not, their wages have not. So we have an extremely large amount of surplus. Now, my whole adult life, in my prior life as a Marine Corps officer, everything was about leadership. And whenever I took over or took command or whatever the deal was, is I wanted an audit of everything, because I wanted to know what my zero was. I wanted to know where my starting point was. And that's what we need to do in this state, is to figure out where our starting point really is. Where do we actually stand? Figure out what those essential and non-essential services are, and then fund those essential ones. And right now, I really don't believe we know how much money it truly takes to run the essential services in Wyoming, because this bloated government, we keep growing government with all the ARPA money we saw with COVID, right? All that money, about $6 to $7 billion that came in. One of the things that we did, which I don't like, is we grew government. So now the ARPA money's running out. Now we got some of these new government jobs, these government positions, whatever they are, and all these additional, quote, services that we've gotten from this, now crying foul that these are essential. Well, they're not. Why did we didn't need this before? Why do we need it now? So we really need to take a look at that. The thing is, more importantly, Jake, is that the people deserve to know the final resting place of every tax dollar they spend, and they're not getting that right now.
Let's talk about the efforts made by the Secretary of State when it comes to secure elections. We've done a lot in that department. Do we need to do more? That's important.
Well, we do. There's two avenues here. Okay, you have voter integrity, which our Secretary of State focused upon, and we have elections integrity, which we focused upon. And this is one thing we've been doing over the last 2.5 years, is canvassing the state, informing people, teaching people about the vulnerabilities in our election system. And I'm specifically talking about these electronic voting machines we use, or ES&S, okay, and the electronic poll books that are attached to DMV, Social Security, et cetera. And we've shown these folks how corruptible these things, or how susceptible they actually are. And we have done that by just incredible people. That the nationwide experts have come into Wyoming pro bono, have toured the state with us, and we've shown folks. But, the way I've always done business is, you don't identify a problem unless you can actually provide a solution. So one of the things we have done is shown people how easy it is and how accurate it is to hand count. There's different methods of hand counting, but we've shown them how to do that, and that's what we've been doing. So I want these machines gone. I want the e-poll books returned back to, also disconnected, and return this. And plus, it's going to save a lot of money for the state in our elections.
Another important thing to the state, certainly a governor's office would be very interested in, is education. What are your views on education in Wyoming?
Well, when we've got 30% of eighth graders reading to level, when we still have CRT, critical race theory, DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion, SEL, social emotional learning, Common Core, all these kind of things, when we're teaching our kids, when we're preparing our kids to go to college instead of living at the age of 18, that's what we need to do. We need to change this whole paradigm. And these kids should be financially responsible, know how to start a business, whatever those kind of things are. But we need to get the technical skills back into our education system. Right now, Wyoming, as you know, is a blue collar state. It's a blue collar retirement state. And we have to teach these kids that, hey, well, look, once you leave high school, it's your choice, to go to college, or, let's teach these critical skills that we're missing across the state. And we also need to look at the funding. We have these automatic block grants that, we're spending $2 to $3 billion, every budget on our public education system, well over $25,000 per child. And it's like, look, if we're going to spend that kind of money, we should have the absolute top in education across the board, period. And we need to demand absolute excellence from our education, because that is our future. Those kids are our future. And also our administrative staff. If you look at the number of administrators per teacher, you're looking at roughly two teachers per one administrator. And the way I look at that is, if you can't lead any more than two people, you have no business being in a leadership role. That's just the way it is. So we got to really look at what needs to happen with our education. We got to change that paradigm in there. We have to change the adjudication process for our parents, to get resolution on issues. Because right now, some of these issues, it really, the only end state is to go to court. And many of these parents, they shouldn't have to go to court to get something resolved. And a lot of folks don't have that kind of money. So we really need to take a look at this. And I am all about returning education to the parents. The parents have primacy. They have final say on their children. And we've got to teach these kids, responsibility again. I want physical education every day, all the way up through through their senior in high school. I want all these kind of things in there because we know a sound body leads to a sound mind. And I want these kids to have hope again. And I want them to have that spirit. It's that indomitable spirit of being an American, which makes us so great that we have to teach that in our schools again. And we're just not doing it.
Retired Marine Corps Colonel, it's Brent Bien. He was running to be your next governor. He flew Super Cobra attack helicopter missions in the Balkans, Iraq, Afghanistan, 28 years in the Corps, and now looking to be a governor of the great state of Wyoming. You can see this guy live in person in Pinedale today. Is that right, at the Senior Center?
We're actually delaying that for about another week here, but I'm going to be heading around the state delivering signs primarily on the western side of the state. I'll be up in Pinedale actually Wednesday down in Rock Springs, Evanston, delivering these signs. And then we've got a whole calendar. So folks, go to brentbien.com. You'll see our calendar is being populated. I'll be down at the legislative session on the 9th. And then in Cheyenne and Laramie, those for a few days after that, and then up at Glen Rock and Casper. So please do that. Please look at where we're going to be. Folks, reach out, ask questions, and I'm willing to answer. You're going to get the straight scoop from me on all of this.
Brent Bien, running for governor of the great state of Wyoming. Brent, have a great Monday. Thanks for coming on. Let's have you on again before we get to primaries.
Absolutely. Hey, make Wyoming number one. Thanks, Jake. I appreciate it.
You bet. Time for news. We got to do that now.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A Rock Springs high school teacher accidentally projected a personal nude photo during a special ed class lesson, shocking some students and upsetting parents. Cowboy State Daily's Zach Sontag reports that parents are criticizing what they say was a delayed response by school officials.
No one has any animosity toward the teacher. They understand mistakes happen. People have personal lives. They're just upset that it wasn't handled a little bit differently.
The incident began as a discussion on what kids did for winter break. When the teacher connected her cell phone to a laptop projector, that's when the nude image was displayed on the screen. The mother of a 22-year-old Cheyenne man who shot himself while handcuffed in the back of a police car is asking, how could it have happened? Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that mom, Danny Hall, has many unanswered questions.
When I interviewed Danny Hall, she was this combination of devastation and curiosity. And she was like, how do they miss a handgun but find a pocket knife? How long before this happened? Did he say anything right before he did it? And so even though she was absolutely devastated, she was just teeming with questions about what happened.
22-year-old Aiden Hall was being detained on suspicion of DUI when he allegedly shot himself in the back of a squad car. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you, download the Wyoming 511 app for hands-free information on your mobile device. This message is from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long-term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com. What if you didn't have to travel out of state for expert rheumatology care? Hoskinson's Health Rheumatology offers access to 2 world-class rheumatologists right here in Gillette. From early joint pain to complex autoimmune disease, patients receive advanced diagnostics, in-house infusion therapy, and coordinated care. Expert rheumatology, expertise close to home. Hoskinson Health Rheumatology. We are the future of healthcare now. And your doctor works here. Visit hoskinsonhealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. There's a dark underbelly in Yellowstone, and 2 retired rangers are telling all. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that Tara Ross and Nancy Martins are telling stories like the one called The Yellowstone River and the Hippie Cannibal, a story about a social worker from Montana.
These stories never get out of
the behind the scenes. For example, when 2 rangers were responding to a bear mauling, they ran into a bison and they thought they gave it a wide enough berth. So they're trying to circumvent this bison on the trail, and the bison then sees them, run right toward them. And one of the rangers sprays it with bear spray, and it diverts within 5 to 10 feet of knocking them over and killing them. Sadly, they were too late. They would have been too late anyway because they were responding to screams at that point. But that's just an example of what these rangers are dealing with. And these women shared the stories not just from Yellowstone. They're sharing the stories from all over national parks.
Ross and Martins co-host the Crime Off the Grid podcast, which was started in 2023 when Ross retired. The giant flags over Camping World in Cheyenne are handmade and cost $130,000 each. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports that the basketball court-sized flags are handcrafted with a specific intention.
This was a decision made back in 2014. The first 4 flags were put out at 4 camping worlds across the country. Cheyenne's didn't come until 2021. They are just a support for veterans. Camping World is a huge supporter of veterans, and a lot of their customers are veterans. So every flag is handmade. Every flag costs $130,000. The general manager at the Cheyenne Camping World told me that one flag lasts up to about 2 months in good weather.
The massive flag at Cheyenne's Camping World location on the north side of Interstate 80 is engineered to withstand up to 100-mile-per-hour winds. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Monday, and we welcome in Representative John Bear, House District 31. That's Campbell County, y'all. Gillette. Representative Bear is busy right-sizing government, using his chair House Appropriations Committee to do so. We've seen a lot of headline-worthy stuff come out of there. I would like to start, Representative Bear, with what you want to spend money on. We hear so much about how you're going to cut this and slash that, and I know there's an effort to make sure we get teachers paid, to fund career and technical education, CTE. There are things you want to spend money on that are coming out of committee. Talk about those.
Well, first of all, Jake, thank you for having me on your show. Very blessed to be here this morning. Appreciate your letting me come on and refute some of the comments from Mark Gordon, Josh Durrell, and Tom Lubnow. So that's a real blessing to be able to do that. So thank you. And that's a great question. You know, what do we want to spend money on? And the fact that there is a lot of headlines is a real great thing for the state of Wyoming. When was the last time you saw this many headlines about the state budget? And I think it's critically important that we start having these discussions around the state. What do we want to spend our money on? And that hasn't happened for a long time. I don't know that it's ever happened to this degree. And at a time when the Trump administration is cutting spending in Washington, D.C., something I think every Wyomingite is appreciative of, the question is, do we want to take that spending and just do it again at the state level? And I don't think the taxpayers of Wyoming are really interested in that. So that's why you see myself and my colleagues trying to pump the brakes on additional spending in the state of Wyoming and growing government beyond what it's been in the past. And so as we sit on a government that is the largest per capita in the nation, I think it's time that we look very seriously. Do we want to grow that government because the federal government is shrinking? My short answer is no. Where do I want to increase? You already mentioned it. We want teachers. We want the classroom to be well funded. And that's what just came out of last week's recalibration. We actually increased spending overall by almost 8% on education this year. And that's important to understand, because the question is, why are we making cuts And I would argue that we haven't really made a lot of cuts, even though Mark Gordon said we've cut $1 billion out of his $11 billion budget. But why are we doing that? Well, if you look at the projections over the next 42 months, if we pass this 8% increase on K through 12 spending, and then in the next few years, we follow the court mandated external cost adjustments, and we just apply a moderate 4% increase each year. And that would cover inflation and increase spending in education, if you will. If we do that, we are looking at a $790 million deficit in K through 12 spending. The real cuts in this budget, and we're not done yet. We don't know where the cuts are going to end up being at. They don't even begin to really solve that $790 million problem. So where do we want to spend money? To answer your question, yes, we want to fund those parts of education that are going to make our children successful, and that's in the classroom. If you look at it, Jake, we've actually tripled our spending on K through 12 education since the year 2000. That's more than double inflation. We've increased our spending. Our student count has actually gone down during that time. But you know what hasn't gone down? It's the staffing. We've got 3,600 more people in K through 12 education. And I don't think anybody would argue. In fact, I heard 2 days of testimony, there's too many kids in the classroom. I agree. So why is it with all these additional 3,600 people over the last 20 or so years, are we not reducing the size of the classroom? Well, the answer is we're bloating administration. So, I know of many high schools that have 4 principals, sometimes 5 principals, but we're not taking care of the classroom. So that's what came out of recalibration. There's some people that are criticizing what we've done by making sure that the money stays in the classroom. They say that we're taking away local control. But let me explain what's happened to local control in Wyoming. We elect our neighbors to be trustees on the board of on the school boards. Then they go to training via the Wyoming School Board Association, and they're told very clearly, trust your superintendent. He'll keep you out of trouble. And that's what they do. They come back and they forget about the very neighbors that elected them, and they start going along with what the superintendent wants. Well, what does the superintendent want? Well, I can't speak for all of them, but the fact is they've increased administration over the last 20 years, and they want to continue doing so, is what I see. So we want to make sure that they're not able to do that. They can't take the money that the legislature has earmarked for the classroom and increase athletics with it. They can't increase the administration with it. And I think that's a very important thing for us to do. I think that's what the recalibration bill does. And I think if you look at the budget that we've crafted in JAC, it also is very clear. We've added $6 million to the College of Education at the University of Wyoming, specifically for training CTE teachers. Then at the college level, we've added $7.5 million to this year's budget just for CTE at the college level. So we're very serious about providing the training and the kind of education that's going to keep kids in Wyoming. We know that over the next 20 years, 60 to 80% of the jobs, both in Wyoming and the United States, are going to be CTE type jobs.
We're talking to Representative John Bear. Also in the game plan from JAC is raises to frontliners like snowplow drivers, Wyoming Highway Patrol troopers. All this effort in JAC, and you're right, Representative Bear, we don't normally hear news generated ahead of a budget session. Even through a budget session, it's usually a lot of numbers and yawning, but this has been different this time around, and it's trying to make sure government stays at the right size, a small size, and also Representative Bear and like-minded thinkers are considering the taxpayer. That seems to get lost in the conversation. All of this is for the taxpayers' benefit to give relief there on taxes. Representative Bear, I do want to give you a chance. Start where you want to start, whether it's Wyoming Business Council, whether it's a notion that some of the committee meetings were so-called scripted, and I understand your role as chair is mediator, and you can't make motions, you can't initiate a lot of things, and scripts are done. So I don't know. Where do you want to start, Representative?
Well, since you finished with that, I'll just address that issue, and it's a great question. Why would I give such information to my colleagues? Well, First of all, we want to have a smooth operation, and many of my colleagues are new to this, myself included. This is my first time on Joint Appropriations Committee. And the way we have to make motions, it's very different from most motions. So having that written out for people to do it right, I think saved us time, made us look more professional, and that was my goal. And then, as you point out, we have 80 agencies in the Wyoming state government. We divide those up amongst the members. There's only 12 members, and most of those are in the House and a few are in the Senate. So we have to divide those 80 agencies amongst us because nobody can be an expert on a 5,800 page budget. So we divide the work up. Well, I have to take on my responsibilities, which I take a good chunk of those. And so because I was in the chair, because I was asked to be the chair for the entire session of markup, I wasn't able to make the motions for my agencies, and I just asked my colleagues to do that for me, wrote out the motions that I wanted them to make. And we'd already have discussions about what kind of changes we wanted to make to the governor's budget. There was good agreement on that, so that it wasn't like anybody was just doing speaking on my behalf. They were speaking on our behalf as we made those negotiations. And so I guess that's why I was a little frustrated that Senator Driscoll was continuing to try to nitpick at how we operated after 4 weeks of listening to him be a big government Republican voting with Democrats the entire time. I was just a little frustrated that he was continuing to nitpick about how we operated that. So that's that issue. But as far as what I want to talk about on the budget, I think we should start with the University of Wyoming, because that really is near and dear to most Wyomingites. And I think it's important that they understand the truth about the budget and what's going on. And if anybody ever goes back and listens to the hearings where we had the president and some of his deans in front of us, it was pretty clear that the message that the legislature has been trying to send to the University of Wyoming over the last couple of years about not focusing on their responsibility as a land-grant university and getting far afield of that, that was the discussion. And so we had discovered that most of our efforts to end some of the woke curriculum that is sending kids to San Francisco to get a job instead of staying in Wyoming, they're still there. And so we pointed that out to them, and we don't believe for 1 minute that they've actually gotten rid of the classes. We actually have Board of Trustees for the University of Wyoming. We have their minutes from their meetings where they simply changed the name of the gender studies to they changed it to College of American Cultural Studies. So, it sounds a lot better now, but unfortunately the coursework we found out is still there. We found out there were courses like social justice in the 21st century, global justice, environmental justice, food, health, and justice, diversity and justice in natural resources, and ecofeminism. And we asked the president, how does ecofeminism train our young people to get a job in Wyoming and stay in Wyoming? We're very, there's a lot of criticism around the state for all the brain drain, kids leaving the state. I would argue that that's happened for a long time, but it doesn't help when our university is training them to get jobs in places like Washington, D.C. and in San Francisco instead of right here, defending the very industries that have paid for this college for decades.
I thought that was very telling when you asked President Seidel, what is ecofeminism? I mean, he couldn't really put a finger on it. He's like, I have to look that up.
Well, in fact, he said he did not know how that was going to help children that are going through his university stay in Wyoming. And that's one of their main missions. The whole idea of a land-grant university is that they provide a practical education. I would not say that ecofeminism or social justice is practical in the state of Wyoming.
Certainly, we saw appropriations put the university in the hot seat during meetings. And another, target of JAC has been WBC, the Business Council, Josh Durrell. And I think pretty much the rhetoric out of Representative Bear and his like-minded electorates is if it's a good idea, business idea, it should stand on its own when it comes to grants, loans. Yes, if it works, it works. It'll fly on its own. and also a lack of real results. I don't know. You tell me in your words, Representative Bear, issues with the Business Council.
Well, we've made a couple of flops, and that can happen.
Yeah.
But I want to point them out because Mr. Durrell, our CEO of a quasi-government agency, which has almost no oversight from the legislature especially, a gentleman who's the fourth highest paid individual in the state government. And he told us, just globally, I'll just kind of get it from 30,000 feet to begin with, that to be successful, he would need $1 billion. $1 billion. That's what it would take for us to compete with Texas and other states around the nation to bring businesses here. $1 billion. Now, he didn't bring $1 billion budget request. He brought $110 million. So where's his confidence level? Well, it's in reality. There's no way we can afford $1 billion. We might as well quit educating kids. And remember, that's why we've cut this budget, is so that we can fund K through 12 education and avoid that $790 million deficit. But he brings a $110 million budget. You know what Mark Gordon did to that budget? He cut it in half. So where's his confidence level that we can actually provide economic development that will lead to jobs for those young people that we want to educate? Not there. So many of the people that support the Wyoming Business Council, I've heard from them. They realize, and I think Mark Gordon realizes this too, maybe Josh Durrell does not, but he realizes that we need to start over and come up with something new, a different way. I was on the revenue committee, which oversees this agency a couple of years ago, and we looked at what they're doing to bring companies to Wyoming. You know what they're not doing? They're not telling them that we have a great tax structure, that it's lower, there's low taxes here, and they're not telling them that we're low on regulation. The two things that really make businesses successful, where government gets out of the way, they don't overtax them, and they don't overregulate them. Those are things that we should be championing, and this agency doesn't even do that. So I would argue that this is not the right agency. One of the things the local governments are concerned, well, how are we going to get our infrastructure built that we need to build so that we can grow? Well, we had a way to do that long before the Wyoming Business Council ever showed up, and I think we can get back to that. We don't need this quasi-government agency that, frankly, we don't know what's happening in there. In fact, as we developed a bill to repeal that agency, it came to light that there may be accounts that we're not aware of. So I called for a forensic audit as we shut this agency down. And boy, did heads begin to spin when I asked for that.
$1 billion for the Business Council to be truly effective. Another $1 billion to NIL money to get a really good quarterback for the football team. All these things are wishful thinking. I don't know how realistic they are. One last thing, Representative Bear, before we let you go. The work of the committee is done. I know stuff that comes out of Appropriations Committee on votes is very powerful, very influential to the floor as a whole when we get into next month, February 9th. I know your Freedom Caucus and the vote will probably hold sway in the House. But I'm wondering, to what effect can you see some of these measures in the Senate continue on? That might be the hard road. What are you working on next as we go to Cheyenne next month?
Well, it's interesting, Jake, and this is back to the fact that we've got a lot more attention throughout the state on this budget. Just 2 years ago, it was the Senate that cut $1 billion out of Mark Gordon's $10.5 billion budget. They cut $1 billion from that.
Yeah.
2 stories. That's how many stories came out of the Senate cutting $1 billion out of the budget. So I'm grateful now that we have a lot more coverage on this. And the goal will be to hold on to as much of that as we can.
I appreciate it. Thanks for being on this Monday. You got to come on. You're going to get real super busy February 9th, but if you can, anytime you can give us some time. We always like the insight of what's going on. Budget session coming up 2026. Thanks, Representative Bear.
Thank you, Jake.
You bet. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. David Pope's going to be on. We're going to talk Broncos and digital assets, stable coin, all that stuff right after this.
Let's face it, mornings are tough. Gotta get up, gotta get the kids ready, feed the dog, the cat, every other living thing in your house. Oh, get caffeinated. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. But you also want to be informed, catch up on what's happening in Wyoming and the world as well. Hear from the newsmakers of the day. That's why Cowboy State Daily has The Morning Show with Jake. Jake Nichols talks about the news you care about, not some ponderous, overwrought, inside the Beltway show that's syndicated out of New York or LA. You want the news that's going to affect you and your life. Jake interviews not only the newsmakers, but the deciders, the people who make the decisions for the future of Wyoming. Plus, you'll hear the stories directly from our award-winning reporters from Cowboy State Daily. So make sure you start your day off the Wyoming way with Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake Nichols. Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Stream it on our homepage. Watch it on YouTube. Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake. Oh, and don't forget your car keys.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. Kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family,
I'll make you something to eat, okay?
we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom, we're about to start the movie. Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. Okay.
So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
Back to the conversation. In studio is David Pope. We're going to start with the Denver Broncos. Did the Broncos lose that game, or did the Patriots win it?
Oh, I think a combination of both. It was an absolute incredible football time. I mean, football is a great sport. You can have great teams, great coaches, then you have injuries, and all of these variables come together, and it's just this spectacle that's wonderful. But it doesn't matter. They lost. They should have been able to do the other things that the Patriots did in order to win.
Yeah, football is a beautiful sport in all those things it brings, like you say. And then it seems 90% of it goes out the window when the weather comes. Like all your game plans, all the stuff you did all year, suddenly just making that 8-yard out, just running that 8-yard out pattern is impossible. Throwing the ball even 10 yards is impossible. And ask Mr. Lutz how it is to kick a ball in that weather. I blamed it on Don Day. He ruined that game with that.
Yeah, we can place it squarely on his shoulders, and I think it's I can't remember if it was Patton that said it or whatever, but the greatest strategy in the world never survives the first volley of bullets. So
there you go. And that was, and the postscript of that was Mike Tyson. Everybody's got a game plan until you get punched in the mouth.
Yeah, and that might have been what I took that from. But it's just still, that's why I think football is one of the greatest sports on the planet, because it has all of these.
Yeah, that was another cool thing about football is you watch all these, the mastermind coaches, Vrabel, kind of new to it, Sean Payton, the playbooks that are this thick, and all of it is reduced down to who the heck can keep their feet in footing. And it was at least fun, and it was at least good to know that both those teams, that they know how to deal with it. But it didn't disadvantage any one team over another. They both play in snow. They get it. And it was kind of fun, dude, when you don't know what yard line you're on.
Yes. Yeah. So it was. Of course, it's disappointing that the season's over and we don't get to go to the Super Bowl. But it's still, what a wonderful season. I hope that everybody heals up over the off season and we're back at it next year.
We just had Representative Bear on. We were talking a little bit about Wyoming Business Council and the desire of appropriations, at least 9 of the 12, to eliminate the agency. You wrote a letter, a guest column for Cowboy State Daily, and you're kind of living right in the middle. You said both sides hate you. You see Business Council, the good benefits, and then you see why maybe it could go away. You did point out one thing Representative Bear pointed out is if you're going to start a business in Wyoming, there are a lot of built-in incentives, including tax-friendly tax environment. Also, setting up LLCs and being shielded and protected in that way, asset protection. You highlighted a few things, but you lived right in the middle with this guest column.
Oh, and I normally don't like to live in the middle because you can get hit by both sides, but I'm willing to take that heat right now because regardless of what you think or what is a perceived or real issue with the Business Council, Wyoming needs economic development. That's a simple truth. Our young people are leaving. Our standard of living is certainly not going up significantly. Our economic opportunities, while maybe not dwindling, aren't growing. So we need economic development. We don't maybe need to spend, we maybe don't need to expand it out to having the Business Council address infrastructure issues and things like that. But we need a core economic development group that the state, where the state offers a certain amount of resources to local economic developers. They sell the state and our benefits. So marketing, a certain amount of infrastructure, and a lot of resources devoted to local individual economic developers.
It's a thoughtful piece of writing. Check it out in the Cowboy State Daily. David Pope, Reforming Wyoming's Economic Development Engine. Pope is with us. He's a commissioner on the Wyoming Stable Token Commission, serves at the governor's panel for Wyoming Select Committee on Blockchain, Financial Technology, Digital Innovation Technology. Next month, we start the budget session. David Pope, what are some things that lawmakers are going to be considering? What should they be thinking about? Wyoming's not resting, I hope, on our laurels when it comes to being, out ahead in the digital asset world and all this tech. We got to keep pushing, right?
Right. There are a couple of bills that I'm watching pretty closely. One, and the big one is a couple of amendments to the Stable Token Commission's mandate that allow us to do things like enter into contracts and negotiations with other states to use our stable token, and other foreign countries which have been approaching us to handle all of their international interchange duties. The stable token is an amazing work of art, I think, that the state has engineered. And you're right. We have to maintain our forward thinking and our dominance in that area right now, which we are.
So, David, what still needs to be done? I mean, we have the first, state-backed stable token, fiat stable token. Why can't we use it? What needs to be done still in Cheyenne by lawmakers to allow us to use it if we want to pay for something, with a foreign nation, or we want to use? Like, why can't we do it now?
Well, it's who enters into those contracts, who provides that support, that has to be defined still. I love Keith Lawhorn, who's the chief information or chief technology officer for the Stable Token Commission. He always says that now that it's been released into the wild, which is a great term, what do we do with it? So there are two areas that we need to address. One, in-state use, which is used by the state government in order to make things more transparent, faster, and more efficient, and overall save the state money by using the stable token. And then the second one, in the across our borders into other states, how do we provide an infrastructure for both individuals and companies and states to use our works here?
So if we were using the stable token, our own stable token, to pay for state bills, for instance, like, could we, let's say, if we were already doing this year, because of the blockchain technology that exists behind stable token and the way you can really is very transparent to be able to track things down. So if I wanted to find out, snowplow drivers, we had to pay overtime for so many not this winter, but like in other real winters, we had to pay this much overtime this year. We had to take it out of somewhere. We could track stuff like that much faster, much easier if we were using stable token within the state, if our state people were.
Yes, and you can provide layers of, and we call it when you have a smart contract. Some of the destinations of payments can be made opaque and only available through through some of the public records request functions we have now. Like, it would be tough to kind of dox a teacher and their salary and things like that. But it would be easy to see how much we were paying teachers overall, and the speed of the payments, the transparency, the efficiency of it, and the cost of those payments. And Director Apollo, if he's ever on here, it would be great for him to talk about some of the specific things that he's seen within the state bureaucracy that could be helped almost immediately if we adopted this.
So in your perfect dream world, David Pope, how can we get from QuickBooks and Excel spreadsheets to what you envision, a digital innovative technology? Do we have to tear it all down and build it from scratch, or can we just slowly tweak things? Like, let's make a movement here in this area. I mean, how do we get to where you want to be?
The adoption tends to build over time. So in the first step, we had a county treasurer come discuss with us in one of our meetings the fact that in his county, they paid taxpayers in order to license their vehicles. The total amount paid to credit card processors was $70,000. If we were able to accept the stable token and the taxpayers had access to it, then that's $70,000 that goes back into the taxpayers' hands. That isn't spent. But small use cases like that then widen out, kind of like throwing a pebble into a pond and the ripples widening out throughout the state. Small use cases like that will lead to greater adoption down the road.
One last thing, David Pope, and this, keep in mind that I know like zero about any of this. So I am just throwing stuff out there. If this is not, anything you want to talk on or can answer to, I don't know. Wyoming just bought $10 million worth of gold bars to hedge against the fluctuation of the dollar. Could we have bought stable token, or is that tied to currency as well, tied to the dollar as well?
Well, okay. So on the gold side, I think that's awesome that we are building a gold reserve. I think it's it has shown over time to be a good, stable investment. In one of my in my report, my May report to the state to the select committee, I outlined even a situation where we could take Wyoming's natural resources and tokenize them. We could buy gold and tokenize it, and then buy and sell it via token as opposed to physically. And there are so many ways that these interrelate and can be used concurrently as well. Buying the Wyoming stable token is not an investment for the purchaser. What you're buying is an ability to transfer money. Basically, that's it. So I buy 50 stable tokens, and if Starbucks happens to accept stable tokens, I can use them I can transfer it to them to buy my coffee. That's really what it is. So if the state were to invest in stable tokens, it is indirectly making an investment because on the back end, the state is also earning money, but an individual doesn't.
Even though my mind, I can't quite get there, or understand it, I do notice that I don't use money anymore. I don't use dollars. I'm doing essentially the same thing, plugging plastic into a machine and moving bytes around that are in one bank and then in another. It's the same kind of deal, same concept. So I shouldn't fear, I guess.
Absolutely, but what this does is it accomplishes it more efficiently and in the long term, cheaper,
faster, more transparent, and I do. From what little I know of the blockchain technology and how blockchain is done, it's pretty much foolproof because there is no one centralized place you can go in and hack. It's interesting. David Pope, thanks for being on. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys tremendously. It's been so much fun the past few times. So enjoy. Have a great rest of your show and a great rest of the week.
Thank you. We're going to take a real fast break. Coy's going to be here. Tell us how cold is it in Denver and how easy it is to get around. Not Denver. What am I saying? Dallas. Well, Denver, too, got snow, but Dallas, Texas got snow. Everybody got snow, kind of except for Wyoming. Coy is going to be on, and he'll be shivering in Dallas, I'm sure, right after this.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com. In Wyoming, you want news from folks who still shake hands and mean it. You just want the facts. That's why more Wyomingites listen to Cowboy State Daily Radio. News that doesn't bend, twist, or dance around the truth. Crisscrossing the state to cover the news the way you like it, with reporters steps away from the capital in Cheyenne and in your hometown. No spin, no corporate suits, no duh. Talking about your state. This is Cowboy State Daily Radio.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jakimick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakimick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Monday. Coy Knobel's with us. Coy spent some time with Senator Mike Enzi, one of the greatest ever. How was it working for Enzi?
Oh, it was, a dream career. He was a wonderful man. We're still very close with Diana Enzi. She's like another grandmother for my daughter, and it's just I never dreamed or thought I would be in politics, but God just put me where I needed to be, and once I got there, I stayed there for about 25 years.
Wow. So you've parlayed that into a lucrative weather gig, editing gig at Cowboy State Daily. We're here to talk about how cold, how snowy it is in Texas. Not the first time. Coy, were you there when Dallas got froze out like 4 years ago, was it?
Yeah, I think it was February 2021. We just moved here at the end of December. I arrived about Christmas, and I was enjoying the nice weather. I thought, wow, this is what a great change this is. And then the that weather hit, that weather event, and boy, was it something. It definitely, I'm from Fremont County and born and raised there, and spent time as editor of the Du Bois Frontier newspaper, and I learned a big lesson when we came here, and we're living in a rental house like built in the 50s or something, a single pane windows, and it was just when the electricity went out, we had no heat, and we were pretty cold.
Yeah. I hope you didn't get blamed for bringing it. You know, Coy gets there from Wyoming weeks later. Texas is thrown into once a generational deep freeze, but I guess not. Look, here comes another one.
It's not, yeah, I don't think it's quite as bad. I don't think there's the power outages that there were. Hopefully they learned some lessons. But it is still bad. I mean, I can't remember what the temperature got there, but I mean, it was like 8 degrees where I live in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, where we live, 8 degrees last night, and it's not supposed to get above freezing. It's like almost 20 now. Not supposed to get above freezing for a few days, and schools and businesses are closed. Flights are canceled. Got a 2 inches of snow ice around. So it's serious business for here, for sure.
Yeah, it doesn't take much. I mean, the times I've been to Dallas, Plano, it is like highways. All Dallas Metroplex is highways built so fast and frequently that my GPS isn't even aware of the latest one that went up. You drive a lot in the Dallas area, and it probably doesn't take much to get people a little squirrely on that thing that if you don't do it a lot.
Well, that's the thing, coming from Du Bois, went out to DC first, and everything would close at the hint of snow. Everything would close. And I kind of looked down my nose at that, like, come on. But then I experienced it. And it's the same for here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. When you experience it with millions and millions of other people, it's a little different than experiencing it in Wyoming. And roads are the chief thing. I mean, and people in Wyoming know how to drive on icy roads, and they don't here. And it's like traffic. You're right, Jake. There's roads, highways everywhere, lots of them, lots of people. One of the differences, by the way, between Dallas and DC as far as driving is there's a great volume of cars in both places, but around here they drive fast.
Oh, yeah.
The middle lane is the slow lane.
Yeah.
They pass you on the right and left.
I have seen that also on 35 going Dallas to all the way where to San Antonio, like through Austin, through Waco. That 35, man, if you can drive fast, they will drive. You drive it as fast as you possibly can. Interesting.
Yeah.
But
we drive that road quite a bit going down to Houston to visit family.
Yeah, just a little bit of snow, because obviously there isn't the experience of driving in that kind of stuff. There isn't probably a lot of prevalence of four-wheel drive or tires that are adequate.
Well, they have a lot of four-wheel drives here, a lot of trucks.
Okay, all right.
Lots and lots of trucks.
What about snow plows? Are they ready? Can they stay ahead of it?
I think so. I mean, and they've got the roads treated. They've worked hard on it, but it's still, kind of a mess. But most people just like plan when they got the warnings. Most people just don't travel on it. Some people have to, but most businesses are closed. Lots of flights are delayed. But I think they are as prepared as they can be. But it's not something that they have to deal with a lot. So, I mean, how much are you likely to spend, hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars being able to be prepared for this when it doesn't happen that often? I don't know.
Yeah, it was. I think of like it just all depends on what you're used to and what you grow up with. I mean, in Houston, Houston hurricane warning. What would we do in Wyoming with a hurricane warning? Tornado season in Texas. Like, yeah, they know what to do. What would we do? And then you flip it around. We get 4 inches of snow, and that's nothing. That means we get out and go play. In Dallas, it could really slow things to a grind.
Yeah, well, I don't know. The roughest thing about here is we not last summer, but the summer before, sometime in the recent past, we had over a month of over 100-degree temperatures.
Oh, yeah.
I remember like 116 at times, and that gets kind of rough too. But I mean, I just got a text from a friend saying that living in Dallas Fort Worth must not be very pleasant. But actually, the weather is usually good, but there are extremes. 110-degree temperatures, and then this snow and ice, and it's no joke.
Yeah, it's interesting how Texas, it does have that great variety of weather, not quite like the Panhandle does. The Panhandle can see extreme heat and really cold, like full on winter, and that's not unusual. And Dallas, not that far from it, not that far from Amarillo, where you could see all kinds of weather.
Amazing the difference between my family in Houston and here in North Texas. Quite a bit of difference.
Yeah.
Hotter in the summer here, it's not as humid, and way colder.
Yeah, well, that's a big state. I mean, you think Wyoming's big. Texas is big, big, big. Coy joins us. He's down there in Dallas getting through the second pretty major winter event in 5-6 years. He brought the first one, but now everybody in Dallas is used to it. One thing, Dallas has more snow than they got in the Du Nord right now. That's for sure. You guys got our winter.
No, you can have it back.
No take backs. Thanks, Coy. Stay warm.
Thank you, Jake. Appreciate it.
All right. Cowboy State Daily Show. Coy Knobel. He's the night editor. Cowboy State Daily puts together the Don-Day weather forecast every day that you enjoy on Cowboy State Daily. And he's just trying to stay warm down there in Texas right now. And they're not the only state been affected by this polar vortex. What do we call these things now? Are they a bomb cyclone, polar vortex, or just Canadian cold fronts? Don-Day, sometimes Don gets angrified by the weaponization of weather. I guess this one is a legit polar vortex. I'm pretty sure I heard Don even call it that, even say it was that. Polar vortex making its way from Canada all the way down to Texas and other states as well. There's nearly 1 million people overall. Last I heard, 800,000 across the country without power. That's no joke. And I saw a lot of Jackery and other generator companies doing pretty good business the last few days, advertising what they got to get you through a power outage. Let's get back to the Rodeo Roadshow with the Western Ag Network.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. This week going to Rodeo Rapid City in Rapid City, South Dakota. There we work for the great Sutton family, who is celebrating this year 100 years in the rodeo business. Steve Sutton on the show today will talk about the history of their family and the rodeo coming up.
And inspiring keynote speakers. Whether you're there for the business, the education, or the good times, CattleCon is where it all comes together. Register today at convention.ncda.org.
No frills, no gimmicks, no excuses, no second chances. That's the philosophy here with us at Durbin Creek Herefords. If you're looking to add premium Hereford genetics, come join us February 4th in Worland, Wyoming for our 14th annual production sale. We will feature 100 2-year-old pap-tested Hereford bulls, 200 F1 Baldy heifer calves, and 8 registered Hereford heifer calves. Find us on Facebook at Durbin Creek Registered Herefords or our website, DurbinCreekRanch.com. Cattle for commercial cowmen, from commercial cowmen.
Well, Mom and Dad started it in 78. They went to Rapid. They just built a new building and talked them into filling it with dirt and putting on a rodeo. And here we are 45 years later. They built another new building, and they weren't a bit scared to fill that brand new fancy building with dirt. And you know, our family's been producing it all 45 years, and it's a lot of hard work, and it pays off. It's one of the top 5 things that happen in our state of South Dakota, and for attendance wise, and our NFR, our National Finals Rodeo, is the highlight of professional rodeo, and everybody in our families has some time in their life has had a role played in that big rodeo too. So, Rodeo Rapid City is just a way that helps us promote our industry and our family, and I'm just glad it's turned out as good as it has, and the building there has supported us immensely.
Rodeo Rapid City begins this Friday in the beautiful building they call the Monument in Rapid City, South Dakota. Proud to be a part of that. Thanks to Steve Sutton, and all the best to his family as they celebrate 100 years on the Rodeo Road Show. I'm Will Rasmussen. Have a good day, everybody, on the Western Ag Network.
Thank you, Will. And now you're all up to date on all things rodeo. Dale Killingbeck's going to join us next hour along with Mac Watson. We got a great final 60 minutes planned for you in the Cowboy State Daily Show. Right now, though, we got to pause for top of the hour news. We'll catch you on the other side of that.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. From Afghanistan to Wyoming, Kim Green is a leading trainer of world-class protection dogs that she sells for $175,000 each. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that Kim sells about 20 dogs a year, and her security business made nearly $3 million in 2024.
Kim Green, she started just down the road from Jackson on the highway there in an old Polaris dealership, and she's built up this reputation and a product, this incredible protection dog that can sell for as much as $175,000. Now, what do you get for that? Well, she says that in the time that she's been in business, there's really only been one documented incident where the dog had to use its biting talents, only once during an attempted carjacking in Nairobi, Kenya.
Green is the founder of Svalin and got her start in Kenya before moving operations to Teton County, Wyoming. She's now based out of Livingston, Montana. Cheyenne-based Big Boy 4014 is the world's largest operating steam locomotive and will make its first ever coast-to-coast tour this year to honor America's 250th birthday. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that according to Union Pacific officials, the tour is historic.
Big Boy was rolled off the line in 1941 at the plant in Schenectady, New York, and has never been back to the East Coast since. He came to Wyoming. They stationed it at Green River. Eventually it went to a museum in California. Then it was brought back to Cheyenne to restore, and it's toured all over the West, but it's never been back to the East Coast since it rolled off the line in 1941. So this would be a first for Big Boy to make this tour. Lots of people are really excited about it.
Officials from Union Pacific tell Cowboy State Daily that Big Boy's tour has more details that need to be ironed out, but could begin near the end of March. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you, download the Wyoming 511 app for hands-free information on your mobile device. This message is from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long-term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com. What if you didn't have to travel out of state for expert rheumatology care? Hoskinson's Health Rheumatology offers access to 2 world-class rheumatologists right here in Gillette. From early joint pain to complex autoimmune disease, patients receive advanced diagnostics, in-house infusion therapy, and coordinated care. Expert rheumatology, expertise close to home. Hoskinson Health Rheumatology. We are the future of healthcare now, and your doctor works here. Visit hoskinsonhealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A Cheyenne state legislator unveiled a bill Thursday that seeks to sell between 30,000 and 200,000 acres of non-trust state lands in 10-acre parcels to individual families at $1 an acre. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that State Representative Jacob Wasserberger says it will help ease Wyoming's housing shortage.
The Wyoming Homestead Opportunity Program unveiled Thursday. What it wants to do is to sell off several thousand acres of Wyoming state non-trust lands at $1 an acre in clusters, like these 3,000-acre neighborhoods. And then each family or buyer gets like a 10-acre lot.
Now, state parks, school parcels, historical sites, recreational grounds are just some of the land that will not be eligible for sale under the act if it becomes law. In 1891, a well-known Casper doctor and drunk was thrown into the local jail after a fight with another doctor. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that the doctor then yelled that the jail was on fire, but nobody paid attention.
They rushed to the jail. It's ablaze. This neighbor tried to break the lock, broke the lock, but he couldn't open the door. So then he goes to get the marshal. The marshal gives him the key, can't open the lock. They go to cut a hole in the side of the jail, and by the time they do that, they find that the doctor is just a pile of ashes, and they pull him out with a rake.
The hometown Natrona County Tribune on October 4th got straight to the point. Quote, "Burned to death, Dr. Joseph Benson meets a death of agony," unquote. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Cowboy State Daily Show Monday. Dale Killingbeck is here. I want to merge you with Mac Watson, who follows your appearance on the show. I almost called you Dale Watson, who is you've never heard of Dale Watson, have you?
No, I have not. Sorry, Jake.
I bet Coy, who was on before you, may have heard of Dale Watson. He's a Texas singer, throwback, like old country, traditional country singer. Sort of famous in Austin, red dirt, Texas country realm. So you're
kind
now
of like Gary Jeff Walker.
Yeah. Kind of like him. So you're going to be Dale Watson now. Next, we'll give you 1 week to work up a concert list, a set list for your concert. For now, though, we'll let you just do the regular old journalism thing. I love this headline. Who doesn't? This sounds like something straight out of Casper Planet, our friends over there. The doctor who cremated himself. Great story.
Yeah, that was finding his story was fun for me because, I love history. And this is such a crazy story about a guy that was apparently a decent doctor, but went on all these drunken benders, got himself a reputation around Casper, and then decided, one day he got into a fight. Apparently he got drunk, got in a fight with another physician, got thrown over a hitching post. The sheriff shows up, puts him in jail, a familiar place for him. This is a wooden facility, 2 cells in it. And as he always did, he starts doing his Indian war chants and singing and dancing around. And this is getting at night. And then he starts to say, "Hey, the jail's on fire." And so a neighbor hears about him, hears the cry. This is probably around midnight or something like that. Goes over there, walks around the jail, is not seeing anything, smells maybe a little bit of wool burning or something. Says, nothing going on here. Goes back to his house. And then at 4:00 in the morning, his daughter wakes up and looks out the window. She's smelling smoke, looks out the window and sees the jail on fire. Gets him up, her dad up. He runs there, takes a hammer and a crowbar or something, tries to get the lock off the jail, but can't do that. Runs to the town marshal, gets the key, goes back. The key won't work because he busted the lock up. And so they try to cut a hole in the side of the jail. And by the time they do that, they said that the doctor was just ashes at that point. They had to pull him out with a garden rake.
Oh, gruesome. Well, lesson learned, Chicken Little. All the stories that Joseph Benson told, including perhaps his real name may not have been Benson. Was he a real doctor? But that can't be proved either. What do we know of this guy? Very colorful dude. Like there's so many guys like this in history, in Wyoming history. We're talking 1890s. Somewhere along the line, he must have cured somebody of something, but
yeah, there was a story I found that he had reset an ankle. Apparently there was another call that he was on that he helped somebody. So yeah, he knew medicine, whether he had an MD, had a degree or not. I mean, one story I found said he graduated from a Boston medical school, was at Harvard, and supposedly a story that he told was that he was over in Europe and interned over there with some famous physicians, married this woman. Another story is that he had a girlfriend in the States that died, and so that put him on his drunken ways. Another story is that he killed a guy, was in prison, and broke out of prison in a bread wagon. Another story is that he was an army surgeon and served at different forts, but I couldn't confirm. I really dug, but I couldn't confirm any of that, from history. But what we know is that he was in Casper for about at least 2 years before 1891 when he met his demise.
Well, he's an interesting guy that you want to flesh out the backstory. There's so many different tangents. But is that how you got started, Dale, or was it simply the sensational headline in the Natrona County Tribune, October 14th, burned to death? Dr. Joseph Benson meets death of agony. I'm like, that right there, I'm like, okay, I got to know more.
Yeah, that's basically it.
But then you found out, you know what? This guy himself, his life story is the story.
Yeah, he's just, supposedly he was around in 1866. There's no way that I can find that. I mean, I dug and I couldn't find any, but he was around in 1860 something when these two miners came from Casper Mountain with a gold find, and so then in the 1890, there's a story in the Cheyenne paper that him and a friend go and they refine this gold mine and come back with gold and silver, to show to people in town, so there's nothing more on that. So just, story after story, this guy's
a gold mine of stories. He is literally you, me, and Jackie Dorothy. When we start down these rabbit holes of history, it's funny. Like all of a sudden, you got like a half a day is gone, and you just intended to see what was behind some sensational headline about a guy burning up, and yeah, there was a whole lot more to it. Very interesting. Let's talk about the Cheyenne art dealer, Harvey DeSelms. We love Harvey. He's been on the show a couple times. What's this about his dog? He had his dog immortalized?
Yeah, 3 times over. He decided that, his dog Dot is 16 years old. So he wanted to remember Dot going into the future after she passes. And so he had her bronze, actually 3 bronzes, done of her. They're life size and they look just like Dot. And he thought that would be a great way to commemorate, her memory in his heart, which makes sense because, he has been the the guy behind the Cheyenne Capitol Avenue bronze project. So he had that done, and I talked to the artist and how she does that. And she said one of the things she wants to do is make sure that she captures the personality of all the dogs. And because she has some bronzes in the project, she knew Dot, and so she wanted to capture the feisty aspect of this little Jack Russell Terrier. And so she said she had his head cocked. You know, she has his head cocked, and he's listening. And if you see a photo of it that we have with the story, she did a great job because it's hard to tell who's who, you know, which one is the real Dot and the bronze Dot.
I did share those photos. Yeah, the likeness very, very similar. Who is the artist who did it?
She is from Colorado, and right now her name
Christine Knapp. Is that right?
Knapp. Yes. Yeah, Christine Knapp.
Yeah, it's so interesting. I love when artists of any, whether it's, you know, writing, you and I, you're an artist with the pen, with the keyboard, artists with bronze, in this case, bronze. I love the fact that Christine Knapp tries to capture her subject wholly, and it's not just the visual. She could have taken a photo, you know, Harvey, send me a photo of this mutt, and I'll make it up. She wanted to see it in life and capture its personality. That's important to artists to really 3D whatever subject they're working on. And when I'm looking at the photo, I do see a little bit of attitude from the Dot.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good job, Christine.
In person, she said, you know, that's what she wants to do. She wants to see the animal if she can, if that's possible.
Speaking of dogs and dogs we love, Dale has this story. January 23rd, the Buffalo family loses their home to fire. The son is hospitalized after trying to rescue the dog. I would do it too. I hear you, man. That dog's an important part of any family.
Yeah, and that family lost their home, and the fire chief said they didn't know exactly what the cause of the fire was, but just this young boy was in the home when the fire started, tried to rescue the dog, apparently suffered some smoke inhalation, got sent to the hospital in Billings, but thankfully there was no severe damage from the smoke inhalation, was released the next day. So on that part, a good end to the story, but now the family's facing, you know, having to rebuild their home.
Yeah. Who's the kid? The Keeler, Adrian and Kathy Keeler.
And Garrett was his name.
Garrett. Okay. So we hope he's going to be, what was the outcome of dog? I don't want to ask.
I couldn't pin down exactly what happened, but one friend told me he didn't think that the dog survived.
Well, meanwhile, this Buffalo family going to be in need of more than just a dog. Yeah, that home burned down. I hate to hear about that. Is there any way we can help in this article? Does it include any way to get in touch with the family?
There's a fund at the bank in Buffalo. There's a fund for the family. There's also a GoFundMe that's out there for the family.
Good deal. All right. Well, what else you working on?
Well, I'm trying to get some stories to talk about next week, Jake. That's basically what I'm doing now. Another week, another challenge to find some interesting stories, right?
Right back to it. That's Dale Watson, famous country singer out of Texas. No, Dale Killing back with us. Have a great Monday, Dale.
Hey, you too. Take care.
Thank you. Up next, we'll have Mac Watson, the real Mac Daddy. And we'll talk a little bit of football playoffs, I'm sure. Two big... I can't get excited for a Patriots Seahawks Super Bowl. I just can't. So I hope the commercials are really, really good. Mac Watson next.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit. Shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled. Perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming, with a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven. Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Oh, right. Look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far. A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Mac Watson is with us on the Cowboy State Daily Show.
I am.
Mac, from Maine to Houston, everybody getting winter except Wyoming.
Yeah, I feel like I'm in a Rankin Bass special from when we were kids. I think Burl Ives is going to start singing and coming out of nowhere and talk about Frosty the Snowman.
It's all in jolly Christmas. I'm up to, I have doubled my temperatures. It's now 1 degree above zero. Started the show at 1 on the other side.
Yeah. So you've doubled. That's fantastic.
Yes. Then the wife on the way out wrote me a note, magic marker. My hot water is frozen.
Really?
Yeah. My water freezes if it's below zero. I don't even need to look at the thermometer. If it's below zero, especially with no snow to insulate the basement, my water freezes.
Oh no.
All the time. But I
don't know what the fix for that is, because that's so weird.
Yeah, we tried to insulate it.
Yeah.
We got insulation. I know. It is weird. We need the snow. But the pipes don't burst. That's the one good thing. That
is good.
It's all PVC, and I guess it just expands. But yeah,
right.
it's all froze.
Oh, geez.
Oh well. I feel like Texas. I feel like the poor people down in Dallas.
Yeah, you're not doing too well. You're not doing too well this morning. My goodness.
Are you excited for a Patriots Seahawks Super Bowl?
No. No, let's move on. Whatever.
Next.
No, I mean, don't get me wrong. The vagaries and vicissitudes. There's your SAT words for this morning. The vagaries and vicissitudes to get you to any championship on any level, we know, is fraught with fate and luck and determination and skill and strength and coaching. But yesterday, I felt cheated. I felt abused. I just felt like the gods were not being fair because, and I think you'll back me up on this. When the weather turned in Denver during the Patriots and the Patriots and the Denver game, they couldn't do anything. They weren't playing football.
Yeah.
We got no satisfaction of, oh, that was a tremendous catch, or man, that was a great run. They couldn't do anything. So we're basically watching nothing happening, and it's like 10-7. It's not like the Patriots had already blown the doors off and they were going to win anyway, and you might as well just shut it off and go, get a snack. They weren't winning like 33-4 or anything, or 7 or whatever. I just felt gypped. I felt like I want the fourth quarter back. I really do, because I totally give you credit, man. I totally give you props. I thought they weren't going to be in this game, and they were. With this backup quarterback, the Broncos were in this game until the weather changed, and then both teams couldn't do anything. And both are cold weather teams.
Yeah.
That's what really surprised me, is that both of these teams play outdoors in the cold, in the winter, and they couldn't get anything going. So I want my fourth quarterback. I really do.
Yeah. Because the game wasn't decided on football talent. It became a game of survival.
There you go.
But, it was the same for both teams. You had a chance to go into that fourth quarter tied if you kicked a field goal instead of going for it. I don't mind the call by Sean Payton. Yeah, it was crazy. It was like football in the 1960s before they were good at passing. Like, it was just, who
it was the Ice Bowl. Remember the Ice Bowl or whatever. On the frozen tundra of Lambeau Field kind of thing.
Yeah.
But I give the Broncos all the credit. They did not fold like a cheap suit. They were in it to win it to the very end.
Oh, yeah.
I just felt bad that Mother Nature said, watch this. And nobody could get anything done. And, congratulations to the Patriots. I don't know if Mike Vrabel deserves Coach of the Year. He really does. The Patriots were almost relegated to not even bad, but ignored. You never want to be ignored. The Jets will never be ignored because they're bad. Same with the Cleveland Browns. They're just bad organizations. So they become kind of jokes, right? You never want to be a team that is ignored, and the Patriots were almost ignored. And then Mike Vrabel comes out and says, oh, yeah, I got this. I will take this team to where we used to be under Bill Belichick, and has done it. Good for him.
And done it in 1 year. They turned that around from a 3-14 season to a 14-3. Like, they totally flipped the script literally in one season. The Patriots have already rebuilt, reloaded, and are in the Super Bowl again, while the Bills are still in the reload process. And the Patriots did it with 2 Bills cast-offs, which really burns me. Stephon Diggs and Matt Collins. Oh,
yes.
I'm just so I'm really bitter that it's the Patriots and not the Bills. I just can't. But the Seahawks have an interesting story. Is Sam Darnold. This guy's never been given a chance, really. He's always been, he's just a pretty good journeyman B guy.
He shouldn't have been drafted number 1.
Dude had a great game, and the Seattle defense, they are tough.
And when you talk about castaways or cast-offs, Sam Darnold, and I'll have to look this up because I can't remember exactly. He is only one of like 2 or 3 quarterbacks to go to the Super Bowl after playing for over 5 teams. 5 teams or more.
Yeah.
He is only like 1 or 2 that after the 5th team, the 6th team, the 7th team finally went to the Super Bowl. That's an amazing statistic. Yes. I had no idea. So again, he's had a stellar year. But am I excited? Nah. And I don't know why. Sean McVay is a great coach. Sean McVay is a young guy. He's been to the Super Bowl before. But there's something very LA about Sean McVay and Matt Stafford, and I can't put my finger on it. It's nice, it's glossy, but it doesn't resonate for me. I like those, coming out of nowhere underdog teams that, I love the Steelers and the Ravens when they play because it's ground and pound football, your Buffalo Bills kind of thing. The Broncos now, they've got an identity. I don't really know what the identity of the LA Rams are. The Seahawks used to be the Legion of Boom. I don't know who really they are now. So, I'm not really invested except for Mike Vrabel. I think that's a great story. And maybe they do have a great quarterback. Drake May seems to really know what he's doing for being, 14? How old is he now? He's like 12 or something. That's a good story. But am I excited about this Super Bowl? And that's a shame. That really is. Because to get to the Super Bowl is so much investment. It really is. But I'm not really captivated by these two teams, unfortunately.
Two teams, one from the left coast, one from the right coast, thousands of miles apart. Yeah.
Well, who would you have wanted to see? Who? Obviously the Bills. Yeah. But who did you want to see from the NFC?
None of those teams excited me.
I didn't either. I was kind of like, whoever. Doesn't really matter,
Yeah, none of those teams excited me. The Rams are, they're such typical where they're from, Los Angeles. They put up all these gaudy numbers all season, but it really gets gut check time and they're not there. It's all show, nothing, no substance.
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. So, don't get me wrong. It'll be watched. It'll be watched because LA is the second biggest market. Boston's a big market. And because of the legacy of Tom Brady and Bill Belichick, people will tune in saying, I wonder if it's time to get back on the bandwagon now. I wonder if they're going to be a dominating team like the Belichick era. We'll have to wait and see. But, for every other fan, I'll watch. We always watch. But I'm not invested like I have been in, past years. Like when Peyton Manning was in the Super Bowl with the Broncos and couldn't throw, you watch to see how in the world was he good. Yeah. And he won. What? How? Yeah. How did this? He couldn't throw and he won. Those are the stories I like, but I don't really see that story here yet. Nothing's really about. But again, we've got 2 weeks. What the Super Bowl is like, February 15th or something like that? Isn't it like around Valentine's Day, I think? So we've got 2 weeks for some crazy story to emerge that everybody will tune in for.
I'm still nursing a hangover from playing the drinking game in the Denver Patriots. Every time they said, in these conditions.
Oh, no. You had to take a drink?
Like 10,000. They must have said, Romo. They tack that on into every analysis of every play. They're like, I would have thrown the ball there, but in these conditions, that's difficult.
Yeah.
Only take a drink. They must
I will say this, though. The sideline reporter, the one, not Evan Washburn, but the, now I can't remember her name. Well, it's horrible.
They went to her post game and her audio didn't work. They had to bail, and then they came back. But
before that, she was on the sideline, and she showed you literally, if I'm this team, the sleet is in my eyes, and she was blinking like I can't see. Yeah. If I turn and I'm the offense, I can see for miles, and I'm fine. That was a brilliant move to show you what conditions there were that the teams were dealing with in order to play the game, and yet they still couldn't do it. They still couldn't get anything moving. So that was sad. That was sad that we were robbed, I think, of a good quarter and a half of football.
But it's always fun to see football when it's so white you can't even see the yard markers. I love that. So old school.
True.
It looks
you
cool.
got the guy with the blower, the leaf blower.
Yeah.
Tracy Wolfson, I think her name is. Yeah.
Tracy. New England,
Tracy Wolfson.
That was Tracy Wolfson. That was a very good sideline report. To show you just what they were up against.
Right, she did a great job.
Couldn't see, couldn't kick. Normally, you would set up for a field goal here, but in these conditions, geez, here we go.
Man, I'm sorry that happened to you. Not really, but I'm sorry that happened to you.
I'm nursing a real whopper. What else happened, Mac, over the weekend?
Well, this is a very serious story, but I guess I'm very surprised at the tone. So in Rock Springs, and let's be honest, Rock Springs has been really having some hard times with their school district.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff happening in Sweetwater County as far as their school district, and parents are not happy, teachers are not happy, blah, blah, blah. Well, in Rock Springs, a teacher was leading a class in what did you do over winter break? And it was a special ed class, and whoops, she showed a nude picture of herself in class that has traumatized certain kids. And our great reporter, Zachary Sontag, talked to some parents, and this was interesting. This was the nugget that I took out of it. Zach said, the parents aren't mad at the teacher. They understand that things happen. We all have private lives, and I will make this pronouncement. I guarantee that if you asked 100 people, 50% would say they have a naughty picture of themselves or somebody else on their phone. I bet you it's over 50%, right? It's the world we live in. It's the world we live in now. But I'm glad they're trying to give the teacher grace. But what Zach brought up is there's really no policy about this. If you're going to use technology and you're going to hook something up to your phone because you want to show them a project or a picture or whatever, well, there's got to be protocols. There's got to be some way to do that and not, oops, I made a mistake. And I'm really surprised that a lot of people are giving this person grace and really saying, hey, look, we get it. You know, it's not immediately fire the teacher because they did a bad thing. It's not that. It's okay. Well, of all the classes you had to do it, it had to be a special ed class. And these kids already have very pronounced needs, and they have very, pronounced, a curriculum, that's why they're in special ed. That's the class it had to happen in. Oh, but here's the other side of it too. Every kid knows if you're that teacher, can you still stay there? I'm not saying she should be fired. I'm not saying the administration should be fired, should fire her. What I'm saying is from a personal standpoint, everybody kind of sort of knows something about you that 99.9% don't need to know. Can you stay at that school? So that'll be interesting to see if this teacher leaves by her own accord or if she is let go. And then what comes out of, do they have some kind of policy that if you're going to show a personal photo, well, it can't just be on your phone. It has to be downloaded to something, put into a file, accessed through the school computer, whatever.
Yeah.
So you don't have, oops, that's my boyfriend.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Mistakes are made. It was interesting to see, for the most part, at least who Cowboy State Daily Zach talked to, the parents. The issue wasn't the mistake. They get mistakes. Right. It was the handling of it. And that puts us right back into, Sweetwater County School District. This is the school district. They had the wristbands that said F around and find out. We all know what that means. Right. This is the school district that's currently being sued by a parent because they referred to their gender transitioning kid as he or she or whatever.
And never told the parents.
Right. So, Sweetwater County School District, for the bad of it, has been in the news a lot. And here's yet another incident. So, yeah.
Right.
It's
and that's a tough one for me, too, because I don't know. Again, you and I went to school at a very different time. But if somebody said, like, Mac is not my first name. That's a nickname I've had since I was 2 weeks old. My grandmother gave me that name because they didn't know what to call me, right? So, but on the form, when you go into school and they say Jacob, they take roll, And if they asked you, what do you want to be called? If you say Jake, I guess it wasn't a problem. But if you say, well, I'm a girl, but call me, Bobby or something, or Jake or something like that, I guess that is a problem because parents want to know about that stuff. It's a totally different ball game now. And so I'll be very interested to see what the circuit court, the 10th Circuit Court down in Denver, actually says, because they could say, nope, we're whatever they did before, they're good. They did everything by the book. We're going to push it back to you. Or they could say, no, we need to come up with some kind of program or some kind of, guidelines for you to do that. But I don't know. I can't imagine, because we went to school at a different time where, my name is Mac, but call me Melanie. I don't envision a world like that. I don't know. So I wouldn't know what to do. I really wouldn't.
Yeah, and it's tough for school officials because not just I want to be called a girl or boy, not this whole gender confusion of today, but the idea that at school, you want school to be a place where a different environment where kids can come to a teacher or some school person, because there are instances where at home, mom and dad may not be the greatest parents. There may be things you can't talk to mom and dad about that you can talk to your teacher about. So school has to be open to a student's needs. I like that. But you can't be doing things behind mom and dad's back also. It's tough to navigate that.
And I'm glad you brought that up, because that's something my wife and I learned in foster care, that you would be surprised, foster care training, you would be surprised how many kids, oh God, I start getting emotional thinking about it. School is the only safe place those kids have.
Yes.
It is more than you think. And that just tears my heart out. That school is their safety zone.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong, school should be a safety zone, but you would be surprised how many kids, they want to go to school because the teachers do like them. They can talk. They're not being whatever. At home, they're not getting the love and support that they need and deserve. They're getting it at school. So you're right. How much do you tell the parent? And I'm not saying that school should hide anything. I'm not saying that. But if a kid comes to me and says, hey, I like to be called Nick instead of my name or whatever, and the parents flip out, I'm just trying to be nice to the kid. I had no idea that there was some problem or issue with it. So, it just tears my heart out to hear stuff like that for a lot of kids, more kids than you realize, school is their safety place. It's their safety zone. Wow.
Yes. Oh. And you have to be mindful of that and remember that, and where it's just so tough to play that role when you're the school, whether you're a teacher, advisor, or a coach. And then when is texting too many textings, and that has nothing to do with basketball team.
There you go.
I know
that happened in Park County. That was Park County.
Yes, that was Park County we're talking about. Yeah.
So a teacher was removed because he had what they called an inappropriate relationship. This is what the school board said.
Yeah.
And voted unanimously to dismiss. And he says, I'm going to take it on. This was a witch hunt. This was not fair. It's tough. It's tough. So this coach really liked his players, and I don't mean that in a wink, wink, nod, nod kind of way, but he would take them places, but his daughters were with them. So it's kind of like, hey, I'm with my daughters. We go to Thermopolis. They didn't bring bathing suits because we weren't planning on it. So everybody swam in their underwear, their sports bras, and I took a picture of my daughters and other girls that were there. And that's what some people said was inappropriate. And he says, those are my daughters. It was, why can't I post it to social media? It's my daughters and their friends. Well, you're the coach.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to, again, there's that line, there's that fine line. So he says he's going to fight it because he wants the truth to come out. So we'll see. We'll see what happens.
I see both sides. I see where he's coming from. He's trying to be super coach and super teacher to these girls, but there is a line. It's weird. What is the line? It's fuzzy, but I think many of us know when it's crossed, and it's, it's any amount of touching other than a quick hug for making the game-winning shot, the shoulder rubbing, commenting on clothing, and and sharing posts on social media for the whole world to see. That's not your purview to be doing that as a coach. I mean, there were some things there that really were kind of cringe for me, but
no doubt. But his whole thing was, my daughter likes to get one of her teachers coffee.
Yeah.
Is that not, if the teacher accepts it, is that inappropriate?
Right.
I don't know. And he said, well, they did nice things for me, so I didn't encourage it, but I didn't shy away from it either. There's like you said, there were some things that were cringe and other things that you're like, wait a minute. If he's with his daughters and it's a social outing, I don't know where that line is, man. I really don't. And I hate to say it, but I just say, I don't post anything unless I ask my wife.
Yeah.
My wife is the final arbiter. I don't post anything about our kids.
Yeah.
Well, because I'm a public person anyway,
Yeah.
But I don't post anything without my wife's like, okay, let's do that or let's not do that. Because again, you never know how people are going to take it.
I know. And this guy had daughters, so he understands the dynamic. He understands, and he maybe he wanted to bring a similar relationship to kids that were not his blood relative. That's where you got to build a little bit of a firewall there, I think. But that's a tough call. You want to hit a few more news items after I take a break?
Sure, let's do it.
Excellent. We'll be right back.
Oh, look, another national expert explaining Wyoming. Bless their hearts. Look, don't rely on national experts. We do it all ourselves at Cowboy State Daily Radio. Real news for real Wyomingites who actually live here. We tell it like it is, with headlines that hit harder than a spring blizzard and commentary that cuts through all the bull. Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's Wyoming news. No filter, no fluff, no kidding.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/teamup.
We're back with Mac Watson, Cowboy State Daily. This little sound bed you hear was not written by Emily Warren. I love this story, and I saw some people on the Facebook saying, oh, it must be a slow news day. I think this is really newsworthy to know a Grammy-winning singer-songwriter lives in Wyoming, in Wilson, Wyoming. I know right where she's at, and she's written major hits in pop music. I love this story.
What? Shakira, Lizzo, Katy Perry, Dua Lipa. She wrote a pair of Dua Lipa's platinum hits, and I hear what you're saying when people say, "Oh, it must be a slow news day." No, look. This is like when you decide, or not decide, when you find out my neighbor's a secret agent. Oh, I got to tell somebody.
Yeah,
I got to tell somebody this. You know, it's kind of like that's where we're coming from. That we want to share these stories because we kind of just found out that a woman who's written these hits for these artists, she's in a Wyoming girl. Yeah.
I think it's like finding out.
You want to start, it's like, it's bragging. This is another great person we have in Wyoming. So it's bragging. It's not about a slow news day. It's, guess what we found out? We found out somebody who's written all these hits lives around us, lives in our state, kind of thing.
Yeah, Emily Warren. It's like finding out somebody who invented some, product that we use every day. Oh, that guy's from Casper.
Right.
Emily Warren is legit. These songs are legit, and not only I cannot overstate. It's impossible to overstate how big one of those songs, inspired by Stagecoach Bar's disco night on Thursday. I used to be a bouncer for disco night. I've seen many a disco night at the Stagecoach, which is famous in its own watering hole.
Yeah.
And that was the inspiration for her to go and write Dua Lipa's Don't Start Now. It was at the time a disco-y song when disco was not back.
No.
Now disco, it might be on the down again, but
you can hear it in today's music. You can hear that era in today's music a little bit more. Yeah, but it's not back. It's not like, remember in the 90s when like those big band sounds, those bands that came out and they had the little bowler hats or whatever, the little hats. And the horns and everything, but it's not like that.
Yes.
It's not. You're not going to see Niles Rodgers, get back with Chic anytime soon.
Yeah, but a disco influence over pop songs was all started, in my opinion, by Dua Lipa's album, which is primarily disco. That one album that had those smash hits off of, and Don't Start Now was written after a disco night at Stagecoach. Emily Warren went home and wrote a disco song for Dua Lipa. It became a smash hit. And then suddenly everybody was copying this disco sound feel. And it all came from tiny little Stagecoach Thursday night disco night.
Yeah.
Come on. Yeah. That's huge.
And the thing I like about it is I always like to find examples for my daughter because my daughter is like, nobody, she loves the black and white, thinking,
everybody
nobody
and
from Wyoming does anything cool, how about this lady? She, you like Dua Lipa, you listen, to Katy Perry. How about her, kind of thing. So I like using that as the example too of, man, we've got a guy down at the University of Wyoming who's doing great things with fill in the blank. Let's get the story out. Let's tell people what's going on. It's a tremendous asset when you can say, oh, yeah, that guy's from Wyoming. It's a tremendous thing to say. So why not brag about it a little bit, So I'm glad we did this story. I really am.
Yeah, I'm glad David Madison did a story on Kim Green. I want to talk about that story because I interviewed Kim Green, did a story on her company when she was in Wyoming. Now, they've now relocated, but Kim is a high-end dog trainer.
Yes.
And the dog she used, I got to sit in on one of the sessions. I didn't wear the Michelin Man outfit. I was scared too, but I watched another guy do it. And he got knocked over. And these Belgian Malinois World-class protection dogs. She sells these dogs for $175,000 a pop. The dog's worth about $5,000. The other $170,000 is the training involved to make sure it doesn't rip your face off and rip somebody else's face off. These dogs are cool.
Okay. I'm glad you said that because I'm like, what makes a dog $175,000?
I made that up, but I mean,
never mind.
like the pedigree of these dogs, certainly the breed. I mean, there's been breeding in them. The Malinois, super smart, super athletic.
Oh yeah,
and and for a dog like this that can rip your limbs off, for it to also be a family pet. It's very difficult to have a dog trained like that, and Kim Green's good at it.
Right, and I love the story because I talked to David Madison, who reported on it, who wrote the story. I talked to him, and he was just as impressed as you are. He got to actually meet her and see some of these dogs and what they need to go through. And he wrote in his story that she only knows of one instance where the dog actually did something it was trained to do to protect somebody, and it was like a carjacking, that the dog had to go after somebody and use its skills to prevent a carjacking. That's only one. That's only one instance. It's not like these dogs are set wild loose on, a town or something like that, because they are trained. Like you said, they know what they're doing and when they need to do it.
Yeah, and people get them as just peace of mind insurance. They may not be people who want a concealed carry permit. They may not be comfortable with firearms, but they do want to know if anything hit the fan, you got something with teeth that's going to defend the family to the death. But you want a family pet. You also want to welcome in a new family member, a pet. That's pet first, protection second, and that's why people are in the business of buying these dogs for a lot of money, 6 figures. My goodness.
Yeah, I couldn't get over the amount of staggering money, but she's really good at what she does. So more power to her.
Yeah, the training is pretty cool. I got to see it in Jackson. Anything? What else, Mac? What do you want to highlight? Anything in the news?
It just floors me, the size and scope out here that we live in. A Yellowstone scientist says they're monitoring a bulge along the volcanic north rim of Yellowstone, the Yellowstone caldera.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the size of Chicago. It's the size of the entire city of Chicago. Again, you just lose, or at least I do. You just lose the perspective of, we just live in this huge parcels of land, area that scientists are actually watching. They're monitoring something that is the size of the 3rd largest city in America. I mean, that just floors me. And I still have to remind myself, Yellowstone is the size of Rhode Island and Delaware combined. Now, I know they're the small states, but combined, that's how big Yellowstone National Park is. That to me is still just, wow. So when my wife says, oh yeah, it's just a 6-hour drive. Oh, just a 6-hour drive. It's no big deal. What? On the East Coast, in 6 hours, you can pass through like 7 states if you do it right, So it's just amazing. And again, we've got these great scientists and these great people here in Yellowstone, at the University of Wyoming, all around doing some great stuff. I'll try not to give too much away, but our another great reporter, Renee Jean, is working on a story in Kemmerer about TerraPower.
Yeah.
This state could be the leader in nuke technology in a number of years. Again, in Wyoming. So, again, why not report that story? Put that story out there.
Yeah, I know Bill Gates wants to do similar plants in Europe, and he wants Kemmerer to be the training ground. Like, this is HQ, this is ground zero, we're not supposed to say ground zero and nuke.
That's true.
Yeah, he wants it to be the flagship of all these interesting nuclear facilities. That's cool.
This is where everybody comes to get trained and then go and do whatever you want to do in other countries. Absolutely. This is amazing. this is amazing time for Wyoming. So why not?
That headline, by the way, from Andrew Rossi's story, Yellowstone scientists monitor Chicago-sized bulge along volcano's north rim. It just sounds like a Casper Planet headline, and it's real. We're going to have Justin Hathaway on, and we're going to have fun with that. But
yeah,
you always hear about that super volcano in Yellowstone, and how scientists constantly have to refute UK tabloids saying it's going to blow anytime now, and they're like, no, it isn't. Meanwhile, you see something like this. The ground went up like 1 inch. There is a bulge.
Right,
the north rim.
Right, and it's as big as Chicago. Whoa!
For once, Rhode Island gets a break from being used as a size comparison.
Right, exactly.
Chicago gets to step front and center.
Exactly.
All right.
Yeah. So who you got? Who's going to win the Super Bowl?
That's good. It's tough.
Patriots looked awfully effective. They really have past 3 games.
They did. I got
their defense, man. Their defense.
Seattle defense too. 2 teams with defense.
True. Very true.
But Seattle with Darnold and that KSN or whatever, that receiver, I had him in my fantasy football team. He's a pretty good receiver.
He is.
I don't know. It's going to be close and probably low scoring, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, it should be a good game, but you're right. It's not like one is David, the other's Goliath. They're both evenly matched.
No, yeah, I don't think a runaway for either. I think it'll be close.
I think you're right.
All right, Mac. We're going to bounce. Have a great Monday.
Have a good day.
Cowboy State Daily Show. That'll do it for us. We'll see you tomorrow, same time.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.